Okay, so let me I don't know if I have this right. Okay. I don't know why what? Okay, I think this is working. Hey Jacob Pioneer, what's up? Um, I again am not feeling so great, but I got intrigued by what Street posted just a little bit ago on his channel. Um, yeah, like I have been through the ringer. I actually had a call out of work today because I had a really high fever, and turns out I had an allergic reaction to my antibiotics that I was prescribed over the weekend. Yay. So not only am I sick, I have an excruciating earache. I also have really bad cramps. And on top of that, I had a really severe allergic reaction to my antibiotics. So as you can tell, I'm not feeling so great. But I also have an obsession with just talking about the mysteries of the universe. So what am I doing right now? Instead of binging the rest of Gossip Girl like I should be doing, I went live to see if I could summon Trusted and Street and maybe Galaxy and others to jump on, the Zoom as per usual. So I want to talk about what he was talking about. He was mentioning the Egyptian artifacts in the Southwest. So I wanted to get specifics based on where exactly in the Southwest. Hey, Trusted. Again, I'm terrible with geography, but whatever. um, let's see if the streets can pop in. Usually it takes me a little bit because I don't even know if it like notifies. I know ever since I deleted my channel and started it over, nobody gets notifications. It's just so weird to go from like such a massive platform with such massive views to like a blip. This is like a fraction of what I used to do. So it's weird, but I like it. I prefer it. I will say that I prefer the smaller audience, the smaller platform, because it's less stress. It's less people focusing on you. It's less threats. I will say that. Again, you guys know I already had to do multiple FBI reports because of what I had to deal with. Hey, Copper Dan, what's up? So yeah, it's fascinating. So I wanted to jump in, talk Mysteries of the Universe as per usual, but also, since Copper Dan popped in, there is what's the right word for this? It's just Vegas. World Series of Fen is looming and is upon us. Today's the 10th, January 10th. Oh my God, it's 8 days until my birthday. I turned 34 in 8 days, 1 week and 1 day. Oh no, 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 no. Okay. Copper Dan, you get a wrench. You get a wrench, Copper Dan. Wait, why does Chesta not have a wrench? Okay, there we go. Everyone but one gets a wrench. There we go. Did you see my post about your charms? The one that you posted in my chat room? I don't even remember the charms I sent you. Can you refresh my memory? I don't even remember. I know I was trying to make up for having to spend so much time sending stuff out because I even said it on New Year's Eve. It takes me a while to mail stuff out. I'm like the worst person ever to mail things out. That's why normally if I do stuff, it's just like, let me buy you something and ship it. It's already pre-shipped. Here we go. But when I have to like physically get out of my condo and then go into my car, drive to the post office, I'm like, I'm not a fan of you. Go away. Okay, yeah, send the pic because I don't remember. I don't remember the charms. I'm sure the moment I see the picture, I'll know. Did you buy a shot glass, Copper Dan? Because I did send out the shot glasses and they were full of like little confetti, like moons and stars. And then I did the Chasing Indie signature, the stickers. I can't remember. And I still have a lot of it. It's just at the ex's house. Hopefully he didn't break and destroy all of them like a psycho, but I don't know. I'll send you a pic. Okay, where's street? Duh, I don't put the link in yet. That's how you know I'm like not feeling the greatest today. Um, I don't even think I'm gonna go that long today because I still have an excruciating earache. Like I can't even explain how bad it hurts. But I'm just trying to distract myself for a little bit while I try and get better. Because I'm pretty sure I need to go back to work tomorrow just because, I like to buy things. So I have money saved up for Vegas. So I'm good on that. I'm just like, I'm kind of not looking forward to the plane ride for one. And two, I'm like one of those homebodies. I'm like a hermit lately. Ever since, COVID, I've gone completely hermit status and I prefer to stay inside versus go out and be social. But the moment I am outside and social, I have fun. It's great. It's like the old me again. So I know I'll go there. I spent way too much money already not to go. So I will be there. I just hope I won't be dying. Hopefully my antibiotics will be good and kicked in by then. Hopefully my ear will stop hurting. So let me see. Hold on. Oh, heavens, Betsy. Hold on. So, okay. Even though I'm a hermit, um, and you guys are aware that, I've been dipping my toe into the dating world, just like entertaining it, right? There's this one guy I've been talking to that I'm actually interested in. Like I'm talking to him and it's kind of like he's really funny and it's kind of cool, right? And so today I convinced him to, send me a picture to prove he's not a catfish because, I've been finding so many videos lately online where women are getting like abducted, held against their will, murdered, like really messed up stuff based on dating apps, right? Like they meet a guy through dating app and that's the end of it. Well, today I saw a girl got kidnapped by her DoorDash person. So I'm like, I love DoorDash. I order it all the time. So anyways, I convinced him to send me a picture, to prove he's not catfish. And it was really funny because he sent me a picture, but then he wrote my name and date down to prove he wasn't a catfish. So I was like really appreciative of that. But then I was like, I'm starting to think maybe you're kidnapped. It was so funny. But anyways, once I was convinced he wasn't a catfish, I was like, okay. He asked me like a week or so ago, when I mentioned how I like to go talk about, aliens, conspiracies, stuff like that. He was like, oh, well, what do you talk about? But I was so sick at the time. I was like, oh, I'm not half-ass this. Like, I'm not even gonna respond to that question because it's gonna take me like an eternity to respond to it, right? So I didn't respond. And then so today I was like, why not send him a link to the new YouTube channel? So I think he's currently watching the one I did about the mysteries of the universe. It's like I think only 30 minutes. And he messaged me. He's like, I don't know how to say this or what this means. I'm like, don't worry about it. Half the stuff I talk about, I don't even know if I'm pronouncing correctly. Oh my gosh, that poor man. So funny. Um, hey Kiwi. Recovering or covering up? No, I'm recovering or I'm trying to recover. I will say this. Okay, so when I say when I managed to do my adulting for the day, it doesn't mean that I was not wanting to be an adult. It just means that I was finally in the mood to do tedious things that I refer to as adulting. So yesterday, because I when I'm sick, I don't sleep properly, and I already knew I wasn't going to be going into work just because of my medication, or not my medication, my antibiotics. So I woke up at a weird time and decided, I think it was like 5 in the morning, I decided I need to go and purchase some organization stuff for my tea and my coffee and all that other fun stuff. So I spent a pretty penny on organizers for my plethora of tea I have. Like, I own so much tea, it's like unreal. Uh and I also was trying to purchase I was trying to purchase like nice leak proof Tupperware and everything. And so all of it got delivered today. I got this like really cool pink sugar bowl to add for the counter, and then I got these little spinny holders for like packets of tea packets or whatever. But then I got this like really cool bowl with a tree to hold some cups for like my coffee and stuff, and then fill it with like my capsules. So I was like, yay, okay, that's cool. And then the freaking Tupperware that I purchased was like the size for Barbie. I keep doing this. Like, I don't look at the right measurements for what I purchase, and I just purchase it. And then it turns out it's like not even the right size. So I'm like, I don't know what to do with these tiny ass little Tupperwares. They're so tiny. Oh God. Hey, Justin.
How you doing, young lady?
I'm slightly dying, but I don't understand how to take a break from the land of YouTube. And INFJ was like, Candy, it's Tuesday. Why aren't you live? I'm like, because I want to watch Gossip Girl, INFJ, but then I'm not. I'm here doing this instead.
Well, it's good to keep your mind off of your illness. It's amazing how the body, when you detract yourself from concentrating on your sickness, that your body can take care of your sickness quicker.
Yeah. It, honestly, it's crazy. My mom kind of helped me yesterday because I was messaging her, and she saw my messages because like yesterday I was in such excruciating pain. I'm like, I just want to give up for the day. Like, peace out. And she's like, what kind of what kind of antibiotics did you get prescribed? And so I sent her a thing, and she's like, Candice LeRae, you are definitely allergic to sulfas. And I was like, no, mom, I'm allergic to penicillin. She's like, penicillin and sulfas. And I was like, oh, I did not know the sulfa part. And so I like went online and looked it up, and sure enough, the stuff I had was sulfa. I was like, oh, okay, that explains it. And I mean, thank God I only took one, because when I picked up the prescription, it was already like really late in the day. So she was telling me, she's like, only take one tonight, and then tomorrow you have to do two a day. And I'm like, okay. So I only did one, and oh my God, I was like dying yesterday, and I had to go in and I had to go back to the doctors. They had to change my antibiotics, and I was just like looking at the doctor like, bro, do you work for secret societies? Are you trying to kill me off, Loki? Like, the fuck is this?
Give her sulfa drugs that will fuck her up.
I know, right? Oh man, I was just uh oh dear God, fuck, I'm an idiot. I am so creeped out by Paul, Trusted. Like, I can't tell you. I cannot tell you. Like, he fucking terrifies me. And he's in my chat room right now. And he's like, so wonderful, informative. Thanks so much for this wonderful show. I'm grateful. Peace. Like, fuck me, dude. Are you kidding me?
So he's currently being a very kind sounding sociopath.
Dude, he terrifies me. He absolutely terrifies me. I'm not kidding. Like, why are you even in my chat room? Like, go away.
I'll tell you, I
Like,
gotta agree with Street. He usually sounds drunk when he's on gets on live.
no, like the shit that he sent me in Facebook Messenger before, because I tried to give him the benefit of the doubt and just be like, okay, maybe he just needs someone to talk to. So I was talking to him, and the shit he sent me and the stuff he said was just so fucking disturbing that I had to go live and share it with everyone just so everyone saw it. Because, like, for one thing, you don't want to be quiet. You don't want to, like, turn into a victim. You want to be loud. You want to make it known to everybody. You want the fucking spotlight on this person in case anything ever happens to you. So, yeah, he better understand and know that I blast this shit every time. He better
Well,
stay the fuck away from me.
I just finished watching Silence of the Lambs, and I just turned on the movie Hannibal when when it popped up that you went live. But that doesn't make me a bad guy.
Like, okay, so I mean, no, obviously not. There's like curiosity, and then there's just like fucking creepy.
Yeah, well, I was thinking because I tried looking up on YouTube for a free version because I like watching free movies. A lot of stuff's available for free. And when the discussion came up in a live stream about Silence of the Lambs, I was like, yeah, I haven't seen that in a while. think I want to watch that, and I couldn't find it. And then it was either early today or yesterday it popped up, and I seen it. I was like, oh shit, it's available. I'll be able to go back and get it that place. So I watched that today, and then the Hannibal one came up underneath it. But I was thinking, I was like, who the fuck on earth would want to relate themselves to Buffalo Bill when Street was getting harassed with that Buffalo Bill channel?
That's
I mean,
what
if they want to scare somebody, why would they relate themselves to such a friggin' weirdo?
I've never even seen Silence of the Lambs, so I didn't even know when they were saying Buffalo Bill, they were pertaining to that character. I thought they were talking about Buffalo Bill Cody. So I was just like, why is Street constantly talking about lotion with this account? And why is there such like weird, creepy vibes? You know, I was like, I don't know what's going on, but I feel like there's something weird going on. And then
Well,
like the whole circling in the house thing was just like obviously the most fucked up part. But
yeah.
it's just, I mean, I
Well,
naturally am drawn to the psychological aspect of a person. That's how I can know if you're worthy of being associated with me. Because if you give me bad vibes, Paul, for one, stay the fuck away from me. I will be a bitch and I will want nothing to do with you because I subconsciously know there's something fucking off about you.
yeah,
It's just like,
the lotion thing
ugh.
with that Buffalo Bill character is the Buffalo Bill character wanted their victims to keep their skin moisturized because his end goal was to skin them and use their skin to make a bodysuit because the guy was so twisted in the head. He thought he was a type of transvestite, but Hannibal Lecter said no, that was just basically his safety mechanism
What
dealing
the
with all his issues. It was just, I was like, who the fuck would want to relate themselves to such a twisted, friggin' perverted person like that Buffalo Bill? They want to scare somebody. Why didn't they relate themselves to Hannibal Lecter, for crying out loud? At
that
least
is fucking
he's
traumatizing.
intelligent, huh?
Well, you just traumatized me a little bit, Chester, because I've never seen the movie. I did not know anything about that. I just know something about fava beans because I was super little when my mom was watching it and I ran in and was like,
Uh-huh.
ah, and I ran out.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
traumatizing.
yeah, but the Buffalo Bill character was made up. It wasn't done based on any real person. It was just whoever it was that wrote the movie. I'm not sure who wrote the movie.
It must have been on acid. You know what I've been doing lately though? Like, because the whole world has been captured by the fucked up situation and murder that happened in Idaho for those 4 college students. And I started like more evidence keeps popping up ever since, you know, they arrested him and they put out the affidavit. And they were doing like cyber security, and they were finding like really old posts on Bryan Kohberger and everything, right? And these ones from like 2011 to through 2013, and he's talking about how he has like no emotion. He feels like he repulses everyone around him, that everyone is trying to like stay away from him, that he feels like he's being watched all the time, like he's living a movie. His dreams are like sociopathic. What else did he say? He was saying like he just like had no feeling, and he was hearing voices in his head, and like he would see like things from his peripheral vision, like in the corner of his eye and stuff like that. And I was just like, what the fuck? And so now as I sit here and I like read the affidavit, and like how he went, they said that he was like super deep into numerology. And some people were claiming, okay, the reason why he not only targeted those college students, but he also targeted the house based on numerology. And he had like a sick infatuation with Ted Bundy and the BTK killer, which was, it stood for bind, torture, kill. And he was actually getting mentored by the woman who wrote the entire biography on the BTK killer. And so I was sitting here thinking, I'm like, I know criminology is mostly based on, you know, the evidence and the law aspect, but it technically is also psychological as well, because you still have to go into the mind of the killer and think like the killer in order to understand the law and how to bypass it, and how to, like, in order to think like a killer, this will give you an upper hand on the evidence, right? And so I'm sitting here and I'm thinking, like, what if the reason why he originally got into criminology is because he wanted to feel closer and understand what was happening to him, right? Like why he had no emotions, why he felt like he was being watched all the time, why he was hearing voices in his head, stuff like that. And
but none of those things makes him a bad person.
no, the fact that he murdered 4 kids, that's what makes him a bad fucking person.
Well, we really don't know that.
No, we do. He did. His fucking phone pinged at their house like 12 times the night of the murder and the morning after. Like, he returned to the scene of the crime. They found his DNA in the fucking bedroom. He was a psychopath who went on Reddit and YouTube and all these other online forums under the name Papa Rogers and some other name, where the profile photos were like a little bit altered, but it's him. And he's literally online talking about how he did it and all kinds of shit. And it's like the most fucking horrific, fucked up shit you will ever read. Like the cops who got called and were at the scene of the crime said it was one of the more horrific things that they've ever seen in their fucking life.
Well, I don't doubt that, but all the kinds of things that is supposed evidence really isn't very good evidence at all. That, for example, is there any firsthand witness accounts of him being at the places where when this phone was pinged 12 different times?
The surviving roommate, there was 2 surviving roommates. One of the surviving roommates saw him in the house
and was able to
identify him.
Oh, see, yeah, that's a big difference then.
Yeah, so I was just like, that's fucking crazy, but like thinking about the psychology aspect of it.
With all the technology today, people can be framed so much easier. And I think in the past, for whatever reason, probably laziness on behalf of the justice system and criminal system, that a lot of innocent people have gotten framed. And it's a lot easier to frame somebody today with all these electronic gadgets and saying there was a ping here, there, or anywhere, and planting evidence. And it's not a good position for society it's just so easy to frame somebody is the point I'm trying to make.
Yeah, well, the thing is this psycho um was stalking two of the girls before the murders, like 12 days before the murders and stuff. He was premeditating all of it. He was stalking them, and they were actually like complaining to their family and everything. And that's why Xana's father went over to the house and changed the bedroom locks because she was that terrified. And then the neighbor, the one who ended up capturing some of the murder happening via her Ring doorbell, like she didn't get it on video, but there was audio. And right before all this happened, she actually called the cops and was complaining about someone stalking her, and they broke into her car and took all of her stuff in her car and like organized it and put it in a suitcase and shit. Like, how fucking weird is that? Like,
Yeah.
that's just so weird. It's so fucking weird. And I don't know. I don't even know why I'm so into it right now, because I wanna like understand why someone would do something like that, because everyone's been watching this happen since, the 13th. But also at the same time, I don't like talking about it because I don't like fucked up shit like that. I like figuring out how they did it to make it stop, right? Like that's why I would watch like murder mysteries, because it's like a psychological type of puzzle, right? But I also get really bad vibes, and right now, Paul, get the fuck out of my chat room. You give me the worst vibes of all.
Yeah. Okay. I'm going to run a scenario, and I'm not saying that this is has any reality based in the situation, but based on the very limited information I've heard just from us talking over the last several minutes. Okay, let's say this survivor person that is so-called is the eyewitness of a particular individual, and she was actually involved in framing that person and having the other people killed that were part of her party for some unknown reason. You don't know the reason, you may never know the reason, but they're good friends. Nobody ever knew that there was any disagreement between them. The best way to get away with that is to do not just frame somebody, but frame somebody for an extremely violent crime, because that's a crime of passion. To say that two people that were associated with one another, there was never anything visual or even verbal of any witnessing party, that there was even a problem between the two parties. And, it takes some really sick sons of bitches to do things like that. But those types of things have happened in the past also. And like I said, I'm not saying it has any base in reality whatsoever with this particular situation, but it is always a possibility.
I feel bad though. I shouldn't be live talking about this fucked up shit. What about what Street posted earlier about, the Southwest and how he believes the Egyptians, migrated and brought their artifacts with them?
Well, like I had mentioned when I posted a comment, I go along with the writings of Colonel Churchwood, which may not be 100% accurate, but I think are a high percentage of accuracy. He's the guy that wrote about the land called Mu, also known as Lemuria, and he did so based on ancient tablets, because he stayed at a monastery somewhere in Asia, and he got so close with the monks in the monastery that they actually brought him into the basement of the monastery and taught him how to read ancient clay tablets that they had. And that's where he got his information to write the books, including about the land of Mu. That's the guy I had given you a link before, where I posted on his great-grandson's website, how I gathered up the ancient language from the Hebrews and fit it into the flower of life pattern, and then fit it into a Saturn type pattern grouping. I call it Saturn pattern, and then mix the two pictures that were opposing one another from the center, and they came up with a brand new reasonable picture. So anyhow, Colonel Churchwood's belief was that all control over the world, including trade and religion, came out of the land of Mu, Lemuria. They physically crossed the continent of North America and went by ship to Atlantis, and from Atlantis continued on heading towards Asia. They get across Africa. It's well known that the Africans were sailing ships in ancient times from Africa to China using the trade winds. If you Google search Sambo the God, or the god Sambo, Sambo, which in our country was basically a ridiculed character where they made fun of black people. That's Sambo's literally an ancient god that was a god of the people known as the Nagas.
Wait a minute. I remember when I was little, my mom had this book about Little Black Sambo, and it was with the tiger.
Uh-huh.
Oh my God, what was that? I used to love that story when I was a kid. It was super old too. Let's see.
Yeah, but that name was used to ridicule black people. And it's like a lot of things that happen where they ridicule names so that people don't want to be involved with it, when there's actually a really good, serious history. And I'm telling you, there's an 8-part series done by a professor called The God Sambo, or Sambo the God of Africa or Asia. And it's a really good series to pick up on and watch.
Huh. I know there's just so much like to consume about the world and like the history. I'm actually disappointed in myself that I didn't like try to become an archaeologist. Because that's like my dream job, is to travel the world, uncovering all these ancient mysteries that tell a story that no one's heard before. And it's just, I find it so fascinating that just anywhere you go, you can find it. Well, not California. California sucks, but other than California, go into the land of like Egypt, Israel, Jerusalem, go to, Scotland, Ireland, all of Europe. Like, it's just built upon castle ruins and all these amazing, just these historical structures that I'm just like absolutely fascinated about. But then you come to California and like it used to exist, but we fucking bulldozed it all away and built on top of it and just covered it all up. It's just so depressing. I'm like, why? Why did we have to do that?
That's what the ancient civilizations did over in the Middle East. They call those areas, they call them tells.
Did you know they discovered the secret as to why Roman concrete is, still existing to this day, like why it was so strong and how it continuously reheals itself with cracks and stuff?
No.
So when they did the mixture of the cement, with the lava and the limestone stuff, they did it when it was hot. They didn't do it cool or anything. They did it when it was hot. And because of the limestone mixed with it happens when it gets wet. So if there's like a flood or if it rains or something, the limestone does a chemical reaction with the water, and then it continues to seal itself over. So it's this chemical compound that is activated with the water when you mix the lava and the limestone at a hot temperature.
Well, see, the limestone itself, I've never looked at how they actually made the Roman concrete, but from what you're saying, they basically made the lime mix with the volcanic rock mix into it, because the way hydrated lime is made is limestone is taken, it is burned, and then water is added to it. When the water is added to it, that hydrates the lime and it changes its form. That form that it changes into is then crushed into a powder, which today is known as quicklime. Huh. That's what you add the water to make the paste added into the concrete. It doesn't really heal itself, though. There's There's no healing of cracks or anything like that. It may have made it a lot stronger by having the lava mixed in with the limestone at the time that they made the hydrated lime, where it was less pure limestone and it had, example, iron fibers in it due to the volcanic rock. So it was stronger due to that reason.
Interesting. It's just so fascinating how like back then they had it so much more put together in comparison to what we have now. Like we can't even have a bridge last more than like what 20, 50 years without it collapsing. And then you go over there and they've got like a 2,000-year-old bridge that's still standing.
Well, I mean, things are built in a way where a lot of them that they don't last, and there's a multitude of reasons why. One reason is structures are under design. I'll call it under designed. They want to design it the minimum standard possible that the law will allow.
Yeah, and also the cheapest.
And also the cheapest, and that can come in two forms. Number one, the cheapest design. Then number two, the cheapest contractor. Then number three, corruption when nobody's paying attention to what's going on. So they're cheating on everything.
Huh.
But then there's also maintenance. I mean, the stuff that's built nowadays needs maintenance. As far as I know, the Romans weren't putting in any metal reinforcement bars in their concrete. That if the reinforcement bars are placed too close to the exterior of the concrete, they got to typically be a minimum of 2 inches underneath the concrete. But if they're big bars and they're not even deeper than that, what happens is the water does soak into the concrete. So it will attack the metal reinforcement bar and cause it to rust. When it rusts, it expands. When it expands, it cracks the concrete, which lets in even more water, which causes spalling, where chunks start falling off. And that's where you see chunks on a bridge, for instance. You drive underneath the bridge, you see the columns and you see the big long rust stains going down the column and jagged edges like concrete is falling off because it has. But that's the process that occurs. Newer structures are typically built with epoxy coated bars when you start dealing with bridges, for example, so that rusting doesn't occur.
Interesting. Did you see Copper's comment in chat?
No, I can't see anybody in chat.
Oh, he says, what do you guys think of Forrest having 5 counterfeit coins in his treasure chest? Think that was by design. Well, one, I would like to know what coin was counterfeit, like which 5 coins, because if any of the Omega coins, you know, or not Omega, sorry, the double eagle coins were counterfeit, I would be intrigued to see if it had any association to do with the Omega conspiracy. Because I think it was Cooley that said it first, and then a few others where they were looking into connections with Fen versus Omega Man, and I think that actually has some pretty strong validity to it. And for people who don't know about the Omega Man, he created counterfeit double eagle coins, and he would mark them with an Omega symbol that would be so minute in detail that you would barely ever even notice it if it wasn't for, I believe it was the talon in the eagle's claw. And they say that he has like an entire hidden stash of those, and if you were to ever find them, it would be worth like millions of dollars. So that's another fun, interesting idea to contemplate. Is it possible Forrest was the Omega Man and he went and hid his stash of Omegas somewhere out in the Rockies? You'll never know.
Yeah, I remember people postulating that he may have been Omega Man. But as far as 5 counterfeit coins, well, we really don't know that Forrest put 5 counterfeit coins in the chest.
No, it says he did. That's what they're saying.
Well, that's what they're saying. But that doesn't mean that Forrest put 5 counterfeit coins in that chest.
Yeah, it does, because we know for a fact he's the one that curated the everything he put in the chest.
But we don't know who's handled that chest.
I guess. I want my.
I mean, it wouldn't be a bad way to throw some counterfeit coins in there in order to keep track of it. In other words, for example, let's say only one person knows that there's 5 counterfeit coins in, and they know that, okay, when this thing goes in to get the coins examined, they better find 5 counterfeit coins in there, or there's already been shenanigans going on.
Huh.
But I don't really know. I don't see any bearing on it. These recent pictures that I seen come up, that I think it was said that K-Pro posted them on her video. Now,
Yeah.
I was told by the guy that I started following that had gone to my search location. He claims he's the guy that sent the original picture to Forrest of the chest. He took the picture of the chest on location in situ. He said he took more pictures that he was going to release, and I had mentioned that a couple times in different live chats. I'm gonna step out on this branch and say those pictures that Shiloh had sent. I think K-Pro said Shiloh sent those pictures, right?
Yeah.
Came
Shiloh sent
from
those
that.
pictures to Cynthia a while back, and then Cynthia, I guess, gave them to Christy.
Yeah, I go on a limb and say that it was that character that took those pictures, and whatever. Gabe passed them along to Shiloh, and Shiloh passed them along to Cynthia, and Cynthia passed them along to Christy, because he did say that they were gonna come up and be shown. And he had said one thing to me, such as one of the buildings on the land, and we're talking upwards of 1,000 acres of land here, so it's it's a lot of land what my general search area was, and there's a lot of buildings potentially on that general search area, not necessarily the specific search area. But anyhow, he had high hopes that he was going to end up being the owner of that property, and that there was a greenhouse there. Now, that could mean green on the outside, that could mean green on the inside, but I thought it funny with the pictures being mentioned, that in one of the pictures that there was some green being able to be seen that didn't get colored over with that blacking out of the surrounding area. So I'm gonna go out on a limb, and I'm gonna say that treasure chest had a picture taken of it at the time of retrieval. It was put on the kitchen countertop inside that so-called greenhouse that the guy said, whether it's green on the inside, green on the outside, green on both, and they left that little piece there with the green on it just as a little teaser. And I realized 100% that this guy could be trolling me, and he could even be playing with Shiloh and trolling me, because there's a lot of things, including video of him at my location.
Interesting. Weird. Why is there anything weird today in chat? Out on a limb. All 5 counterfeit coins are accounted for. Yours should be good. Wait, what? The hell is going on in my chat room right now? I don't know if it's just because I'm really sick and I'm like delirious at this point or what, but everyone's just not making sense today.
Which leads to the question: how come I'm not freaking out like Dave Woodard, saying, "Hey, that was my location. Somebody swooped in and took it away. Forrest was going to give the person a piece of land and a house with it. That should be mine." How come I'm not saying that?
Because people react in certain ways.
Yeah, I mean, I read the poem, and the poem at that point instructed me, why is it that I must go and leave my trove to all to seek? Or all to seek? The answers I already know. And I was like, okay, I get it. I think I get it anyhow. I'm leaving.
Yeah. Ow, God, my head is killing me. I just got a message from that guy I'm talking to. You know how I sent him the link to one of my videos I did? He straight up is
Who
like,
was it?
huh?
Who did you send a link to?
I sent one of my videos to that guy I've been talking to online, and he's like, he started listening to it, right? Where I'm talking about like Hayat and Vegetanus and stuff. And he's like, you're really deep and passionate into this. He's like, but listening to this and hearing the chase from the chase is like, it's like I'm on chapter 50 and I don't know what is happening. I'm like, yeah, I forgot I'm so deep down the rabbit hole that other people are like, their eyes just start glazing over. I'm just too lazy to do like a book or anything because Shy Guy, he's kind of like insisting that I do a PDF or like some type of paper with like sources. And I'm just like, dude, I already did a video stating exactly where you need to go to understand the starting point of what I'm talking about and where to lead you. Like, it's a book. It's a book that you can access to online for free whenever the hell you want. It was written in the 12th century. Like, it's not hard to find these things. All you have to do is Google it.
Yeah, you're off onto more fun things.
Yeah, I like these
Right?
things, but it's kind of dangerous because the other day I got like some cryptic threatening comments on my channel again from that one person, that religious zealot who's like basically claiming he's gonna murder me in the future.
Is that Newman Sagewalker?
I think that might be the same. They go by different names like Hush Whisperer and other things, and I'm just like really creeped out.
Do they accuse other people of being the Antichrist?
No, they claim they're the Antichrist and that they've been trying to hide from the secret societies because ever since the dawn of time, they create treasure hunts looking for the one. And his bloodline is what they're looking for because his bloodline is what they need to kill in order to bring about the Antichrist. And once the Antichrist comes, he's like, you're going to get murdered in the future by me, but it's not going to be me. And it's like, please explain to me, people, how you would fucking react to something like that. Like someone telling you this shit.
Yeah, I mean that's a delusional, crazy kind of thing. If the person is even serious about what they're saying, that they personally believe it, that it's just not a crazy thing that they're saying to
Well, they
sound
went
that
into
kind of
Discord one
crazy.
day and they were talking about how this secret group society has been watching them and forcing him to do fucking shit or else they're gonna harm his family. And we were like in Discord, right? And so we're like, can you call the cops? Like this sounds really bad. He's like, no, the cops are a part of it. All this other crap. And then because he used to go in Discord and say like, oh, Candy's the only one that's actually onto something with like the grill stuff. And I'd be like, oh, thanks. Don't know what you're talking about. They would say some things that would like pique my interest. And I'd be like, okay, that actually is accurate with what I've been researching. So I'll listen. And then other shit that's like, okay, you went and you read Dan Brown's book or whatever. And it just got all of a sudden it got really fucking creepy. Like first, he started emailing me, and I didn't know it was him at the time, but he would email me and he was like, hey, will you meet me in Santa Fe, New Mexico so I could show you the gold bones? And I'm like, I'm actually, because he did this on June 5th. And I'm like, I'm actually starting my first day of work tomorrow. So I can't, that's why I didn't even go to the, function in the junction. And
Did
he's
you
like, well,
say
you're missing out on
show you the gold
opportunities.
bones?
Huh?
Did you say they said they wanted to show you gold bones?
Yes. And I know that goes to the Nephilim. I'm well aware of all that stuff.
Well, that gold bone talk, yeah, that was Hush Whisperer that was talking to John Teeter.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. And so at first I thought he was just like, someone who is researching and passionate. And I'm like, I know about the gold bones. Everyone used to talk to me about the Nephilim. Like, I know where that stems from, right?
Do I believe it? Not enough to go to Santa Fe and meet up with someone that is obsessively freaking me out. But so yeah, I told him, I'm like, I'm starting work, so I can't do that. And so then he jumped on Bear's channel one night. Like, I jump on because Bear mentioned something with the Grail, and I was like, dude, I gotta like break this down for you more. And Bear kind of pissed me off because he was kind of like, oh, so Fenn's immortal and he's gonna live forever because he's the guardian of the Grail. And I'm like, dude, I know what it sounds like, and I'm not being like delusional or fucking crazy. And it's not what you think. It's not like some mystical power that's gonna keep you immortal. It's just like knowledge and the bloodline that they're supposed to protect and pass down throughout generations, you know? It's a difference. And this dude jumps on and his full name is on there, and I took a screenshot because I knew there's something like off about him, and I knew, you know, I need to have like a paper trail, right? So I took a screenshot, and the shit he said, Trusted, fucking terrified me. Like, absolutely fucking terrified me. He talked about how an angel came to him in the middle of the night with like fucking blacked out eyes and shit. And I'm like, bro, that's not an angel. That's a demon. That is a fucking demon. And it's just like, this dude is a producer. He's a music producer, you know, concerts and stuff. He's a what's the right term I'm looking for right now? Composer. He's a composer. And he like has a legit life and everything.
A lot of stress.
I don't know. Like, the shit he said on Bear's channel was terrifying. He was basically saying that there's everything wrong with me. He thinks I'm into witchcraft and shit. I'm like, no, I just know that like the church went against, you know, people who didn't conform to their ideologies and stuff, and that's why they were burned at the stake, because they don't want the knowledge to be passed down. And
the church wanted to basically claim ownership of everything, every fucking thing in the natural world and the spiritual world. And when people were teaching other people how to heal one another using plants, for example, they didn't want people doing that, because then they would be listened to by the public, and eventually the religion may lose their power. And that's really what it was all about. It was about a power struggle, and they wanted to stop society from evolving and being able to take care of themselves medically and have to go to the friggin' priests and get prayer and ointment and holy water and garbage like that.
Yeah, see, it's just so, I mean, I've just been working on this and chipping away at this stuff for like years, right? And it like clearly drew the attention of some really fucking weird people. But what scares me and why I stopped talking about it for a while and why I even wasn't even on my channel for like 6 months was because I think there's some, I don't think he's the Antichrist, and I don't think he's gonna like turn into the Antichrist, but I think there's some validity to what he was talking about with people watching him and being capable of doing some fucked up shit. Cause I was looking into stuff, like I said before, and there's that one person in the Chase community who was killed by the cops, but I think it was actually something more, especially because right before he was killed, he was showing the same symptoms and signs as Anne Valenti, who was in Silicon Valley, and she was associated with, you know, the whole what's the right word I'm thinking about?
I don't know, but is his name? Is it somebody I might recognize? Was it
no, I don't think so. He used to come in a Discord and talk about stuff, and he would essentially talk about the Grail, but it wasn't the stuff that I was familiar with, so I kind of just like ignore him. So I never talked to him or anything. And then one day someone directed his brother-in-law to me and was like, someone told me to go talk to you because you were talking about the same stuff that my brother was talking about before he died. And I was just like, wait, what the fuck is this? But then I felt bad, so I started looking more into it. And like the shit I found, Trusted, I still don't know what's going on. Like, it's really weird. And again, the symptoms that his brother-in-law were showing right before he died are an exact match to Anne Valenti. And when I was looking into it, it goes back to the secret creepy ass society club, and not the ones I'm talking about, because the ones I talk about are like for knowledge and good and stuff like that. This is like the other side of it, where they're like trying to get the knowledge. They're like the bad guys, if you will. And
Yeah.
I found on these forums, because like I dug deep, and they were calling themselves the Cult of Elysian again, or the Cult of Demeter. And I'm like, dude, I was already looking into the Cult of Elysian. That's where the whole concept of LSD came from. The person who created LSD was trying to replicate or synthesize the recipe that the Cult of Elysian did, which thus gave him the product LSD, which the CIA took over and did, you know, tests for and shit like that. But the original cult, the Cult of Demeter, or the Cult of Elysian, worshipped Demeter. Demeter was the goddess of, you know, fertility, grain. She was the mother of Persephone, some like really deep shit. And that's where they would go out into the fields and they would collect a bunch of like wheat to create this drink. But what they didn't know, or maybe they did, is that because of the certain conditions during that harvesting time, there would be a certain fungus spore that would be the same concept as, you know, mushrooms or hallucinogens. It was a type of fungus that would make them hallucinate to the point it would give them a higher conscious. So they claim to also be associated with this, but they call themselves the Cults of Demeter, and they took credit for not only murdering Aaron Valenti, but another person who was associated with creating this this program for oh my god, I can't think of the word right now. You know, the whole Matrix type shit where it's like, are you living in a simulation? Like, she started acting really weird, and she was at one of the conferences in Silicon Valley, and they ended up finding her, I think the next day or a couple of days later, in the backseat of her rental car. She was dead, and they were like, oh, nothing, no harm or no foul here. And the last, you know, person to see her was a cop, just like with this person. Like, I can't say everything because it's just really fucked up what happened. And I don't know if it has any association, but I think it does. I think it has every association with this weird cult thing. And I think it's possible that it's the same one that Hush Whisperer was like claiming is watching him and shit. And like, that's just creepy in and of itself, right? Because if they have the technology that Aaron Valenti was working on, they could target anybody. Because the whole concept was it basically like scrambles your mind type shit. Like, you know how Tesla is like working on creating like a chip to be able to do and fuck around with shit without even doing anything. Like, your mind could just think it and you'll like end up doing it type thing. They're trying to do that chip right now.
That.
It's kind of like the same concept. And so when I was looking into this, they took credit for killing Aaron Valenti and then another person who was part of the project. And all of a sudden that whole entire project disappeared. And I guess right before she died, she called her parents and left a message and said, like, it's all a part of the simulation and all this other weird shit. Like, you can Google Aaron Valenti and see what I'm talking about. But it got really creepy. So now whenever I get really creepy, threatening shit like this, I'm like, I'll block them, but it's still, I get really creeped out because when I was in Discord, I like saved the screenshots and I actually shared these with the person's brother-in-law that reached out to me asking about this stuff. And one thing that he said that I instantly connected to Hush Whisperer was they said that the Grail was a part of a secret society and they were looking for the one. And I was just like, the only other time I've ever heard this shit was from Hush Whisperer. And I've been researching Grail stuff for 7 years and I've never come across anything like that. It's only Hush Whisperer who would say it. And I'm just like, this creeps me the fuck out. And so now, because I went live a couple of days ago and started talking about, you know, my rabbit hole with Wolfram Reichenbach and stuff like that. And then how I found that PDF that talks about more of the society or the secret schools. It pissed him off. It pissed him off. And he said some really cryptic, creepy shit to me in a comment. And so I fucking blocked him. But now I'm like more sketched out again because I'm like, the fuck? Some creepy shit. So if I'm not dealing with Hush Whisperer, I'm dealing with Paul. If I'm not dealing with Paul, I'm dealing with Kyle Kim Doofus. I'm not dealing with that fuckface. I'm dealing with Steve. I'm not dealing with Steve. I'm dealing with some other fucking psycho. And it's just like,
Yeah.
I just
Yeah,
want to
I
have fun
mean,
with my research.
it's not even anything new. It's the same old kind of stuff, but it's just basic people getting together, thinking they're part of something or starting some religious group. So you got this person that starts making up stories, and the followers are following it, and they build upon the stories. And so anyhow, you can tell the little nobodies that are absolutely wrong, but that doesn't mean that they're not dangerous. But they're absolutely wrong in their basic assumptions. So if they're wrong in their basic assumptions, their specific assumptions are just, it's garbage. It's just stuff that they're making up. But again, that doesn't mean they're not dangerous because they believe their assumptions. And I'll
Exactly.
give you, and
Exactly.
I'll give you a good example. Adolf Hitler. Adolf Hitler spent a lot of time and money and effort into trying to find physical connection of him being Jewish. I don't believe that was to prove that he was Jewish. That was just to assure that there was no evidence out there for the future to be found. I believe it was his grandfather, was
Well,
born was born from his what would make his great grandmother. Anyhow, his great grandmother was a maid at a Rothschild's mansion. She became pregnant, unknown who the father is, sent off to have the baby, then excused from service from working for them. Okay, through his grandfather is who Hitler was. So if that is so, Hitler was also a Rothschild. This is where the
yeah, but
bloodline
the
comes in.
Rothschilds are just barely anything on the totem pole. It's
No,
the
no,
bloodline
no,
from Emperor Nero that runs shit.
hear me out. What I'm trying to tell you is the system that these people use with what they call bloodlines. There's
Yeah.
two there's two bloodlines. When you look into the ancient people, like you were talking about King Solomon with his wives and his concubines, okay?
Yeah, 1,000.
Though, yeah, that's because there was many Solomons. But nonetheless, they had wives, right, which would have their children, which would sit on thrones and take care of money and stuff like that. Then they would have concubines, which would have their bastard children, and their bastard children would be the opposition to their other children. For example, Hitler was on the lineage of a bastard child from the Rothschilds to become who he was and what he did. He was born, bred, and raised to do exactly what he friggin' did.
Yeah, but you're also forgetting about Heimlich, I believe. What was his name? The one that ran world, like the Nazis and shit. Was it Heimlich?
Himmler, you were talking about him the other night?
Yeah, him. So, because in the book written by Otto Rahn, it like right here it says in Crusade, Rahn develops a grail into an icon for the survival of the human soul. In this way, he's able to convey the dazzling yet undefiable power over the Cathars. Robert Graves wrote, symbolism or allegory is truer than realism in that the former allows more possibilities or interpretations, and more possibilities implying greater freedom and less context dependence translate to a greater truth. And it's just so weird because like the first piece of the puzzle for Forrest is the chess motif itself. And the very first time you find an actual documentation on the chest, or like even the drawing of the chest, it's in an allegorical stage. And we know that what's his name, King Charlemagne was the one who actually enacted the allegorical siege, for one, but two, it talks about attack on the castle of the church by the world, right? And it's all about how they were basically going and committing complete genocide on the Cathars, for one, and two, they were looking for holy relics. That's why it was called an allegorical siege, because they were going to churches, mosques, monasteries, anywhere they can, and they were taking all of these holy relics because they were looking for something. And it's just like, it's so crazy, right? So when I read, like, I haven't finished all of this book yet. I've got a lot of books on the Grail, but the one written by Otto Rahn obviously is very important. But when he talks about Himmler, it talks about how he knew about the specific emerald and everything. So it says Wolfram von Echtenbach informs us that Kayat, the famous master, brought the true legend of the Grail from Provence to German soil, and that Christian de Troyes, the author of Percival Le, I don't even know how to say that, it's in French, changed it. While it is true that no epic poem about the Grail by Kayat exists, we do know that by the end of the 12th century, a French poet from Provence named Goya toured the most renowned courts of the north. See, they think that's who that is, but I figured out Kayat's actually, William of Aquitaine. And it talks about how it's meant to be like to throw you off, to not give you everything, because again, he was being kidnapped at the time and forced to try and translate this shit. But let me see if I can find it. It's somewhere in here. He starts talking about how he knows the bloodlines, he knows who needs to be eradicated. It goes back to the Mean Box, and that's literally what the title of Forrest chest is actually called. It's named the Mean Box, so Minne, and that's German for love. And it talks about how the whole concept of these secret societies are centered around the troubadours and the mean, or the minnesingers, because it went from troubadours and then it went over from troubadours to the minnesingers, and the minnesingers, Minne, are the ones that sing about courtly love. And the Mean Box is like the center of all of this. Like, I literally have a book written by Otto Rahn that literally details and talks about Forrest Fenn's chest itself. Like, how fucking crazy is that, Trusted?
I mean, I don't call it crazy. It's fun. It's fun research. What it
it's not
actually
just
means,
research, though. It's real.
What it actually means in the end, we don't really know.
I do. The poet who composed the most beautiful, because like there's the first troubadour, and then you have the minnesingers. It goes back to the knighthood. But I'm looking for the one where it talks about, where is it? Like, he had a secret room and everything. The dude that ran the Nazis and stuff. Let me find if I can find him.
I had sent you one time a link, and I don't remember the name of the place, but it was the meeting place that they put together, and they had a gold cauldron in the sacred circle that they had in the basement for their SS cult, and that ended up in Texas.
Wait, I think I read that. You did send that to me, and I did read it. Yeah, and that's kind of like goes back to the cauldron from Ireland, right?
Yeah, but what ended up happening as people had passed it from hand to hand, it was discovered that it wasn't ancient like people thought that it was. But that doesn't mean that it wasn't still what it was that they said that it was the cauldron that Himmler had at that particular place. Which is the same with Forrest's chest, because that chest, is a replica. No matter how you look at it, it's a replica. It was made in the 11th century.
I just found something. Okay, again, I haven't read this whole book yet. It says, for some time, Bertrand had buried his anger with Richard over the king's yes and no instead of yes or no, and intimate friendship united the sovereign of England and Aquitania with the Provençal poet from... That just... Okay, doesn't that just prove that William of Aquitaine? Aquitania. That means he's from Aquitania, right? Because he was William of Aquitaine?
Well, he was Duke of Aquitaine, yes.
Yeah, so Aquitania, isn't that the same as Aquitaine?
I would guess so, but I don't know.
So this just right there proves my theory is like actually right, because they were saying, they were tracing it down and it like varied, and they were looking into Aquitania, and it was I followed the chest, and the chest went to oh my god, what's the name of the lady, the first one that married Henry VIII? I can't think of her name right now. Sometimes when I have really bad like migraines and earaches, I can't think of the stuff I want to think about.
That the queen who said, "Let them eat cake."
No, that's Marie Antoinette. I can't remember her name right now. I don't know why. She was the first one that like survived the beheading of King Henry VIII, because she had like the church in her pocket, and they forced him to allow her to divorce him, even though divorce was like frowned upon. She was allowed to divorce him. Where the hell is it? I'm looking for the part where it talks about all the weird shit the one dude who ran the Nazis had in a secret room in his castle. Okay, it goes back to the Visigoths too, and Pyrenees. Ow. I just have the worst earache and headache of my life right now. The beautiful Albanese, as she was called by the troubadours. See, there's so many wolves like mixed up with the secret identities of the troubadours. And Wolfram von Echtenbach, it literally, Wolfram translates to mean wolf raven. And this one, Ermengarde or whatever, the beautiful Albanese, and she was called Stephanie the she-wolf. Like, what's up with all these wolves? What's going on with this?
I don't know, but there's a lot of families that do that. The names change, and they just change a little portion of it. And, you know, I think most of the time to hide from their past and to cover their tracks is why they do it. I mean, when I was looking back at, you know, where I grew up, for example, and finding different people and trying to do some figuring out about who the adults were in the community where it was that I first lived when I was first born. You know, I discovered a name, Moss. And at that house where Moss lived, we were told as little children, you know, stay away from that back gate that goes into that door that goes into the basement in the back, because there's a weird old guy, there's a weird guy, not necessarily old, but a weird guy, and you shouldn't go there. But that was the Moss house, which I found out was also the DeMosses. So we had the Mosses and DeMosses were actually connected to get it together. Who changed their name and why? Who knows? I mean, it's usually to cover their tracks. Maybe it's because of a weird guy that lived in a basement that did some bad shit. I don't know.
Huh. I'm still looking for that one part. It's like, I don't know if it's in the beginning or if it was somewhere in the middle of the book. Where is, oh, you know what? Let me just look up the word Nazis. Oh, here's the one where it talks about the pure ones, which is the Cathars. That's super fascinating. Let's see. Where the hell? Natural history. No. I know it's somewhere in here.
Oh, which, by the way, that Paul guy says he's related to Matt DeMoss.
Bro, I can't even.
Yeah,
These
well, he's
cults
another
need to leave me the fuck alone.
He's another weirdo that would rent a room in an obscure location. I'm just saying.
Oh, here we go. Here's another thing that is interesting, because I've been obsessed with looking into, you know, the Oracle of Delphi and Apollo and stuff. In the book, he talks about when Apollo came to the world, Zeus gave him a golden mitre, a lyre, and a chariot drawn by swans, and sent him to Castalia, the well in Delphi, to preach justice to the Hellenes. The Hellenes? fuck, I can't say that. Apollo disobeyed and led his swans to the land of the Hyperbians. When the inhabitants of Delphi learned what had happened, they composed a paean, placed choruses of children around the tripod, and pleaded with the god to dignify them with a visit. So, like, I'm glad I didn't live back in that time because, oh my god, I cannot pronounce any of that shit. Where it talks about the Argonauts, which I've already talked about Pythagoras. This is stuff I've already connected and known about, and it's just so crazy to see that he also talks about this. Let's see. There's Ptolemy of Alexandria. Yeah, this is the same stuff I've been talking about and finding way before I had this book. Let's see, talk about the Delphi again, but where the hell is the talk about the Nazis? Because that's the one where it gets really fucking weird. It explains why they did what they did. Because you know how like Emperor Nero tried to eradicate the ancient Druids, which is actually my bloodline.
I think I remember you saying that, but I don't think I've ever read that history myself. I heard it from you.
Yeah, no, he did. He literally, Emperor Nero is a piece of shit, and he went and he enacted, or at least tried to enact, complete genocide to the ancient Druids because they knew the secrets of this knowledge. Just like, you know, the Persians knew this knowledge. Like anytime they know this knowledge, they pretty much try and enact complete genocide.
Yeah.
There's a Cathars, there's this. Where the fuck?
Well, it's my understanding that the Druids were equivalent to the Jewish people from the Middle East.
Yep.
They were involved in the same practices. They were just the version of the Jewish people in that area of the world. Not even saying that they came. I'm not even saying they came from the Middle East, because from my understanding, this all came out of Egypt. So it was out of Egypt, or what they call the Eye of Sahara today, which some people was Atlantis, which I tend to agree with it because it meets the physical description. But anyhow, it's the same people that were in Egypt after that area got destroyed from a cataclysm. They claim that's where they came from, but that's where the people in Europe would have originated from, because they would have crossed the sea from Africa over to the other side into Europe, because they were sending these particular type of people in groups out into the areas in order to control religion and trade.
Wait, I think I found it. Okay, here we go. It says, soon the book came to the attention of the leaders of the Third Reich. According to Laudame, Ron explained that he had received a mysterious telegram while he was in Paris. As usual, he was depressed because he was having difficulty finding backers for a French translation of Crusade. The person who wrote the telegram did not give his name, but offered Ron 1,000 Reichsmarks per month to write a sequel to the book. A little later, money was wired to Paris so that he could settle his affairs in France and return to Germany, to a specific address in Berlin. 7 Prinz Albatross. When Ron finally turned up, he was shocked to learn that the telegram sender was none other than Heinrich Himmler himself. The head of the SS welcomed him personally and invited the young author to join the SS as a civilian, historian, and archaeologist. Ron later told Laudame, "What was I supposed to do, turn him down?" In an effort aimed at reinforcing National Socialist ideology, the SS was organizing expeditions all over the globe to trace the origins of the Indo-Europeans. Dr. Ernst Schaefer led a famous German Himalayan expedition to prove that Tibet was the cradle of the Arya. And then it goes to talk about, let's see, thanks to his position as Himmler's archaeologist specializing in the legend of the Grail, Ron had become a sort of Nazi shooting star, giving lectures and radio talks about his explorations. But gradually, almost imperceptibly, he began to move in circles that were openly opposed to the regime. This came to the attention of Adolf Hitler at least once when Ron invited reggae opponents like the post-romantic composers Hans Pfitzner to the 1938 inauguration of the Haus der Deutschkunst in Munich. Ron's friendship with Adolf may have also come to Himmler's attention. Freyes, whose real name was Adolf Altengartner, was the publisher of Robert Musil's famous novel, A Man Without Qualities. The author was living in exile in Switzerland, bitterly opposed to the Nazis and Hitler's Anschluss that he incorporated their Austrian homeland into the Nazi Reich. Ron's second book, Lucifer's, I don't know how to say that, it's on French, Lucifer's Court, A Journey to Europe's Good Spirits, appeared in Leipzig 1937. But then, let's see, it talks about, where the fuck does it talk about? There's so much in here. I haven't even finished it. This is all like historical fact, by the way. So it talks about half the reason this happens is why they targeted the Jews to begin with. Where are you?
Well, they targeted the Jews because the Jews controlled the businesses and had positions in government. And it was literally other Jews that caused the frenzy of the German citizen to go against people that were called themselves Jewish and controlled the businesses and stuff. It was their own so-called people that caused the whole situation.
What in the fuck are they talking about in chat?
Because what had happened was it was posted in a paper, a British paper, that Judea declares war on Germany. And that actually came out of the communist Judaic people that were in the United States of America at that time. And there's lots of old newspaper articles that support what had happened. They called it, I believe they called it the Jewish Congress. And they were the ones that got together to declare war on Germany and boycott them, which is an economic war which Germany had already suffered through. And when Germany rebuilt itself, it rebuilt itself using money during the time of the good times of the stock market in the United States, where the bankers diverted the profits to Germany to loan money in Germany in order to make Germany subservient. So the Germans were well aware, Hitler was well aware of what was going on with the crooked bankers of that time, which was more specifically through the Rothschild family going into Germany. But those people get out of Germany as soon as Hitler got into power. They're like, we're fucked. Let's get out of here. But from the United States, they say, we declare war on Germany. And then they said that the German government was committing atrocities against Jewish people. They were not. What they actually did was they followed that outline that the Jewish Congress put in that paper, and that's what we know as the Holocaust today. It was their own fucking people that designed what happened.
Ish.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's documented. It's out there. It's still available today. Obviously, it won't be available in the future because that'll all get scrubbed off the internet.
Huh. Sorry, hold on. I'm heating up soup because I feel like crap and I need to eat food like a normal human being. I'm tired of being sick. I don't want to be sick anymore.
Yeah, it's no fun feeling sick. How would you like to deal with chronic pain for 30 years?
No, thank you.
That's what I went through.
Ow. I want my soup lid open. I'm not going to get my soup because it's going to be impossible to open. Jeez. Like I freaking put an iron lock on this thing.
Is that
Oh,
homemade?
God.
Is that homemade soup that your roommate made?
No, I already had that. This is Tom Kha.
I don't know what that is.
Oh, it's a. Ow, hold on. Almost got it. Almost got it. Okay. It's a coconut. It's a coconut. I don't even know how to explain it actually. It's Thai food.
Used in soup.
Yeah, it's a Thai soup, like coconut something. It was kind of a pain in the ass to open though, that's for sure. They didn't really give me that much. That's weird. Usually they give a lot. It's okay though. I feel like shit anyways. Ugh. Okay, cancel, stop. Time back. Ugh. Started to feel like crap again. And all I had was coffee. Like, what the hell? Am I not allowed to have coffee for the rest of eternity now or something?
What about coffee?
Oh no, I had coffee. I was like sipping on some espresso. And now I just started feeling sick again. Like really nauseous. Ugh.
Yeah, it's no fun.
Yep, no, it's not. And taking antibiotics is not fun either.
That's why I hardly drink any beer nowadays.
I haven't really drank anything either lately. I'm like, well, for one, I can't drink on antibiotics. That's like one of the stupid things you can do.
Well, I started finding, and I think it's just, as I got older that, I mean, heck, I could guzzle down a 12-pack, no problem. For decades, I could do that kind of thing in one sitting without feeling ill over it. But then when I started feeling ill, drinking 10 beers or 8 beers or even 6 beers, where at nighttime I'd have like acid reflux and nausea. Then it's like, why am I even doing this? I like the feeling of drinking alcohol. Heck, I started drinking when I was 10 years old. But
Yeah.
I like that. I like that feeling. I like the calm feeling that mostly have. I like the sedation of it. It helps me sleep good. So, I've always liked those aspects of it. But then waking up with this acid reflux thing, I'm like, I don't need to do this. Every once in a while, I'll get a couple of 24-ounce cans of beer and have them during the daytime.
Yeah.
But to sit and drink a bunch of beers at nighttime or before I go to bed, I don't think I'm ever going to do that again.
Ow. I really don't feel good. That's great. Fuck. Oh, bueno. I just bought a whole bunch of like brand new espresso pods too, and all this new coffee stuff. Like, I better not be dying because of coffee. That'd be like a fate worse than death.
Dying because of coffee?
Like, I just don't feel good all the time. I don't know why. Oh, shit, that's spicy. Oh, that's spicy. Yep. Don't know what I was thinking. That's just a wee bit spicy.
Was that takeout?
Yeah. I have tofu with the soup. I also have cacio de pepe. I ordered the other day, so I still got to eat that too. I'm probably gonna eat that tomorrow. I still have my groceries that I just bought too that I need to make and use. I did make myself avocado toast this morning just so I didn't feel so weak. But yeah.
Yeah, I made some bread the other night or the other day, whatever it was. I made it using regular flour, oatmeal, and cornmeal mix and sugar. So it's kind of like the corn cake that I've been making, but I cut the amount of flour in half and replaced it with half oatmeal, quick oats. And it actually
Huh.
came out good. I kind of like it better than with just the flour and cornmeal mix.
Make them more like an oat bread.
Well, because of the amount of liquid in it, the oatmeal totally broke down as it cooked.
Hmm.
So there aren't like flakes of oatmeal in it. You know, I've had oatmeal bread that has flakes of oatmeal in it. That's probably because it's probably raw oatmeal. It's probably not quick oats that they use when they make commercial oat bread. I just have quick oats.
Do you ever make banana bread?
No, no, my ex-wife used to make that. She'd make banana bread, zucchini bread. Those things are awesome.
I've been kind of wanting to make banana bread because I see it popping up lately, but I'm like a terrible baker. I cook really good, but I am a terrible baker.
Uh-huh. Yeah,
So I'm like,
I don't know much about bacon.
I mean, I think that my problem is that I do really terrible if I have to follow directions. So if I don't follow directions and I just like wing it, it turns out really good. Like, you know how there's instant oatmeal where all you do is take a packet of oatmeal and you add water to it and put it in a microwave and there you go.
Uh-huh.
I fuck that up.
Well,
Like if
that's
I
what.
follow instructions, I
Uh-huh.
either burn it, I make it too dry, I make it too soupy, like it's the worst. But if I just do it on my own, don't look at the instructions, just like go eyeball it, it turns out
Yeah.
perfect.
Yeah, I got turned off because of that instant oatmeal in the packages. I was like, I don't like this shit. This stuff is too mushy. And it was only like about 2 years ago, I was at my lady friend's house and she was saying how much she liked oatmeal. I was saying, I don't really even like oatmeal. I says, I got oatmeal and I got it stocked up at the house. I said, but if I eat it as cereal, I eat it cold and I put milk in it. And it's just cold milk with some sugar and quick oats. And I eat it like that before it gets mushy. I says, I don't like cooked oatmeal. So anyhow, I thought about it and I was like, well, wait a minute. I'm doing all this pressure cooking, right? And you can cook macaroni in a pressure cooker and it only takes 2 minutes to cook it once it gets up to pressure. Like the Instant Pot, I set it for 2 minutes and it gets up to pressure 2 minutes and that's perfect. So anyhow, I put the same measurement of macaroni as water by volume,
Hmm.
uh, which is equal to weight. So anyhow, that was with macaroni. So anyhow, I started doing my bread with the flour, and I found that okay, you can make a pancakes if you do the equal amount water to flour. If you do half the amount of water, you make bread. So I was like, why don't I do that with the oats? So I cooked the oats up, and I got half the amount of water as I did oats instead of the equal amounts. I put some sugar and cinnamon in it and cooked it up. And I was like, this is damn good because it was nice and hearty. It wasn't that real mushy oatmeal like the quick stuff is in the package.
Yeah.
And so I'm like, damn, I found a new way to eat this that I actually like it.
That's funny.
And all it is just using half the water.
I'm like, I don't know. I just don't want to be sick anymore. I feel like I've gotten like incredibly more sick ever since I got back from Scotland.
And
Oh, my dad messaged me. You know, The glasses I asked for my birthday got delivered yesterday. And I was like, I'm going to save them for my birthday, you know? But then I really wanted to make sure there's nothing wrong with them. So I opened them up last night. I was like, oh my God. So I have my sunglasses, but I can't really wear them right now because it's rainy and dark and cold. So if I went out wearing sunglasses, people would be like, what are you, 3 blind mice?
There she is. It's a weirdo.
Pretty much. Oh, I felt so bad when I went to the coffee spot over in my neighborhood. I went in and I was trying to order stuff, and like, because my ear's been fucked up for like a week, every time the barista would like try to ask me something, I'd have to be like, what? And he'd have to like reiterate. And I was like, what? And he reiterate again. I'm like, dude, can you just fucking shout at me, please? I'm deaf in my ear right now. Like, I felt like I was 50. I'm like, but I'm not. I'm 33, turning 34. Just talk louder, you fucking millennials. Well, technically, I'm a millennial too. Never mind.
Well, have you ever had any jobs that were in a high noise environment?
No, it wasn't loud at all. There were some people at some tables enjoying a coffee, and I was just like awkwardly standing there. And then I was like live with you guys, but couldn't really hear it. But had some like music playing.
Yeah, I got tinnitus.
Stop for the ears.
Yeah, that's ear ringing.
Mm.
And you know, it's more noticeable when I try to go to sleep because I'm, you know, in that real calm state. Things are quiet, so you know, I like to have white noise going on.
Yeah.
What it doesn't even matter the white noise, you know, it could be listening to YouTube and have a show or a movie on, or anything that's just a background noise to cut down on the constant ringing, because people have been known to go freaking crazy from tinnitus.
Really?
Oh yeah, because sometimes it's pretty loud.
That's weird. I'm sorry. I like, if I have trouble sleeping, all I have to do is turn on an audiobook. I'll start listening to it and be like into it. But then all of a sudden I'll just knock out. And for some reason, Douglas Preston's The Codex, I cannot read into. Like, after the first couple chapters, I am out like a light. Like, that is my sleep medicine right there.
Do you know there was a movie based on that?
Yeah. Wait, did they do the Codex? I thought they never got the rights to the Codex, but they have like the Cabinet of Curiosities and all kinds of other things.
There was a young independent producer, and him and his buddies produced a movie called The Codex based on Douglas Preston's book, The Codex. And it was supposed to be released in like 2010.
Yeah.
It never got released.
Interesting.
You can still find the preview for it. They had a preview, and the preview is still available. It's on YouTube.
Well, they also did the documentary on the Lost City of the Monkey God, you know, the White City.
Well, I assume Douglas Preston put a stop on the guy's movie and said, you can't, no, you cannot have a movie of my book.
Oh, that's how dead. Wait, who's saying what? There's so many conversations going on in the chat room right now. Like, I don't mind. I know some people in their live, they get all bent out of shape and they're like, how dare you have a conversation outside of my conversation? But I'm totally cool with it. It's just funny to try and like look in chat and see what people are talking about. And it's like, what are you doing? Or peppermint tea helps with nausea. Yeah. I'm waiting for my things that I ordered yesterday to come in. Like, they're these little spinny organization square thingies to hold your tea packets. And I'm like, I need to have an entire little cafe bar set up. Like, that's what I need. It makes me happy in life. Instead of buying myself a cute
I'm
outfit
gonna
for my
put-
birthday, I decided I need to organize my tea and coffee station.
Uh-huh. Yeah, in the design that I'm gonna finish off this house here, it includes in the front room, which is gonna have windows, and it's gonna have my dining table and chair set up, which I was gonna make it a dining booth, like at a
Yeah.
restaurant. But I'm probably not gonna end up doing that. I'm at least gonna start with just the table and chairs against the wall, which is similar setup that you would have at a restaurant and a diner or something. So, people can sit there at the window and see out the window while they're eating or drinking and stuff. But anyhow,
How much
next
is
to
the
that,
booth?
on one of the walls, I got a 5-foot area, which I'm gonna have kitchen cabinets there. And the bottom ones that has a countertop, I'm gonna be able to put things like a coffee maker, my instant pot, and those kind of things, and have everything, between the top cabinets and the bottom cabinets. I'm gonna be able to have all my hot drink kind of stuff. I'm gonna put one of my small refrigerators, because I get them small refrigerators like you see in a motel room.
Yeah.
I have 2 of those, so I'll put one of those on the cabinet so that I can have drinks right near where the dining area is, where I have it all set up for my hot drinks, and I have a refrigerator with cold drinks right nearby, and have, it's similar to a buffet setup that people would have in a traditional dining room, but it has a little bit more by having the coffee service, the tea service, and cold drinks and stuff like that.
Huh. I like it. Are you gonna add a horseshoe, an omega to the scenery?
I didn't plan on it.
Oh. I mean, it'd be kind of cool. But then, every time I see an omega, I kind of just go back to thinking and fixate on the stupid poem. And I'm like, no, retreat. We must not do that.
Yeah,
Wow.
this house, and it was about 3 years ago. My lady friend went on a trip with me, and when we came back, she came to my house, and it was the first time she came to my house. So actually, it's longer than 3 years ago. But anyhow, it's like 4 years ago, whatever it was. And she was like, "This house is ugly in here." What are you talking about? I says, I realize, everything's old. The kitchen cabinets are old. The buffet's old, and that kind of stuff. But it's a nice fresh paint job. Even though I need to do another finish coat. She's like, "No, the colors are ridiculous. Everything's blue and white." I'm like, "I like it." She's like, "No, it's so friggin' bright blue. It's friggin' terrible."
That's what I did when my ex and I, when we moved into the house in Riverside, he was like, you can pick the color of the kitchen that we paint, like the ceiling and everything like that. And I was like, okay. So I was going for like an ocean type, vibe. And so I had them do it like a really pretty sky blue. Well, he never told me he was talking behind my back with the designer for the backsplash of the kitchen. And they chose like fucking peach and coral and gray. And it was like the ugliest clash with my light blue. I was sitting there looking at him like, you fucking idiot. Like, I was so mad. Like, you spent so much money and you didn't even tell me you chose this color palette. And then you give me free reign to choose the color. I would have chose gray or something. Like, the fuck.
Uh-huh.
And then to make it worse, we ended up painting the living room the most ugliest fucking blue you ever see. Like, it was supposed to be all matching and everything, right? But he just didn't go with the color palette and kept going for browns and sandies and stuff. And I'm like, what are you doing? And then he got this 3 or 4 paint, like canvas painting that was like sectioned off. And it was a pirate ship, so it was really cool, but it was like brown and cream. And I'm like, this is a blue wall and we have gray couches. What are you doing? What? You're summer and winter. Get the fuck over it.
Yeah. See, this house, it was a lot of the natural colors. You know, there was the and it's fucking ugly as anything, but you know that beige color that's like it's not tan, but it's not light. It's freaking gross looking. You know, you would call it puke can if you know it's
I
just
don't want to know
terrible.
that.
But there was a lot of colors like that in this house, and they were just really dull and ugly. And some people call it natural look, but I thought it was terrible. And that's why I started with the blue and the white to brighten things up. Which you know I was going to tear the walls apart anyhow, so nothing was really set in stone. But after she didn't like it and the colors that were going on, and I started doing more work, and I figured, well, it doesn't matter how many times I paint the cabinets because eventually I'm not even going to have those cabinets, so I could paint them 10 times if I wanted to. So I went from the blue to the colonial red, and then I did the kitchen walls and the dining area at the time, which has gotten all torn apart and some of it re-sheetrock, so basically most of it's gone. But I did the colonial red as the wood trim, which you've seen when I've been sitting out in the front room with that spearmint green on the walls and the door, and then the colonial red on the woodwork. And I liked that color match. So I asked her how she liked it when I first did it, and she liked it. I says, when you come over here, you're probably going to think the green's pretty bright because I do, but whether you do or you don't, it doesn't matter. I picked out a lighter green, some kind of lighter mint green, which tones it down, which is going to be the final color. But I'm going to do the doors with the green that has more green to it.
Yeah.
Started realizing when I'm watching these old movies, these old psycho movies with the killers and the serial killers and all that kind of shit. All them old houses have the colonial red trim, colonial red woodwork, and that friggin' bright green. I was just watching Silence of the Lambs, right? They're fucking bright greens all over the walls. They go down in the basement. They got one coat of bright green over what was probably colonial red, so it's just a little bit of it. But I'm like, that's the same exact color. Like every time I watch these movies, I'm seeing these same colors that I'm painting my house. I said, I'm glad I chose the lighter green on the walls. I said, some people that are familiar with those movies might get freaking creeped out sitting in my house having tea by the freaking window.
Yeah, maybe. Like color
But I don't
scheme.
care. I like it. I like the match. I like that light green, and I like the dark red.
I'm looking at luxury condos because I need to like move out in September. And so I'm like looking at these really pretty luxury condos, but then I'm thinking like, I'm not married. I don't have kids. Why am I making myself stuck in my hometown? I can move.
Yeah.
I can move anywhere. Anywhere in the world.
And you know, I would really advise you to try to find a place that's a lot less expensive. You know, you don't have to end up in a rural area, but you might find that you actually, when you go to a small town where it's less expensive, that you actually prefer not to be in the downtown area.
I don't know. I'm a city girl.
I'm in a place that I don't know. I think it's 6,000 people, but the place where I built my first house was only a population of 2,500. But I'm not in the downtown area, so I'm in an area where there are a lot of house lots that are about a quarter of an acre in size.
Huh.
Which it's not small. It's twice as big as, like, for example, the house lot where I grew up.
Ranch?
Actually, it's more than twice as big. It's 3 times as big.
Wait, these condos are right where I grew up. What the hell? Are these where literally this is not my old freaking community, is it? There's no way. where is this located? What the hell? This is not my old condos. You're what? No, no way.
I don't know if I was you and I was considering living in a condo, I would wait until a real estate crash to buy one. And the reason I say that is, you know, condominiums can fluctuate even more than standard houses, but you know they have maintenance costs you got to look into. You know, I got a brother-in-law of mine, which I mean technically he's not a brother-in-law if I'm not married anymore, but anyhow, that's what I'll refer him as. And you know, he started buying some condos at a place in Massachusetts where he's paying $40,000 per condo, and then he moved in with his girlfriend into her house in the same city. And I don't know what he ended up with. I want to say he ended up with 3 condos that he paid $40,000 a piece, I think. You know, the first one he paid 40. I think the same with the other two, because he got them when the market was slow, it was low, a crash had occurred. But anyhow, today they're probably worth $300,000 a piece. And I know other people that did the same thing. So I think it's important to be strategic, especially with a condominium, because that excess cost on maintenance. You're going to want to learn what the condominium association is like, even though that it can change. You might find you might not want to live there, or you know the costs are exorbitant, or there's going to be some kind of big maintenance coming up in the future that you have no control over to decide whether it happens or not. Not really. Your one vote doesn't amount to a hill of beans if everyone else has been living there wants it done.
Oh my gosh, I'm looking at my old apartments that I grew up in Chino Hills, and they look so different now.
Uh-huh.
That's insane. I was trying to make sure these weren't the ones I grew up in, but what the hell? I want to see how much they're doing this for. I wouldn't move back here because the condo I grew up in, like that shit haunted me for life. I will never go back there. There was some weird shit that went down in that fucking condo.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
Like I remember my mom, she wouldn't tell me she was selling it, so she gave me money to go to Las Vegas. And you know how when you're selling, you know, property, you have to have an inspector come over to do an evaluation and everything. And they had to go up in the attic, and they found a secret shrine in the attic of a bunch of my pictures and my clothes and all kinds of stuff, like my dolls. And my mom thought when I was little, I was going up into the attic and playing. And I never stepped foot in the attic ever. Not a day in my life.
Did
So that's some creepy fucking shit, right?
you have any siblings?
No,
Oh boy.
it was always just my mom. As I'm telling you, it was like the fucking scariest shit ever. And like I remember when I was little, I used to get really bad, creepy vibes from the attic. So I would never go in there. And I would always like I had a bathroom that it was like one of the big walk-in bathrooms, but then the toilet itself was had its own door. And right above the toilet was a hatch to get into the attic. Same thing with my mom's. And it creeped me out so bad. I would literally lock the door, which you have to lock the door from the inside. And I would shut it so that I couldn't get in there because it used to creep me out so bad. And I remember one night I was sleeping and it was like that half awake, half sleep type of dream. And I literally saw the locked door open up from the inside. And then I like blacked out. I was like knocked out. But I was like, I remember I had the creepiest vibes ever, like fucking ever, when we lived in that house, and some like weird shit happened all the time. I had really weird dreams, and I was just like, I don't like it here. And so when my mom sold it, I was like, fucking about time. But yeah, never found out how or why. Just that there was a little mini shrine in my attic of all my stuff ever since I was a kid. And yeah, that's just some creepy shit.
Yeah, especially when you have no idea who did it.
Well, what's fucked up too is we, obviously we had neighbors, and I forgot her name because I was so little at the time. I think her name was Laura or something, and she lived by herself. She was always happy. I think she was from Hawaii, and she made friends with my mom, and she would come over sometimes and talk. And then one night she just stopped coming around, and we're like, what happened? Then when we'd see her, she'd like barely come out. She was completely different. Well, it turns out someone broke into her house one night, literally next door to us, and raped her.
Oh my
And so
gosh.
she like never was the same again. She ended up selling her condo, moving away and everything. And my mom like told me, I think I was 15 at the time when she finally told me what happened to her. And I was just like, what? So that's why she was like, that's why I don't want you going out after dark and you need to be home. And I'm like, okay, no, yeah, I'll be home. Like, fuck. Some
Yeah,
crazy shit.
that's horrible. Yeah. I mean, and that's one of the different things of society. I think nowadays kids are told a heck of a lot more information, and whether it's told by their parents or not, I mean, heck, they got information coming through on their friggin' phones that their parents give them unrestricted access to. And I was thinking about that today on, how an individual viewed their parents back when I was growing up versus the way that they view them today. And that we had more of an idealistic view of our parents when I was younger because we didn't know what was going on with our parents. We weren't
Yeah.
filled in on all the information that was going on in the house as children. We didn't have everything going on out in the open. We didn't know the financial situation of our parents, their romantic life, what was really going on. That they tended to go out and visit and hang out with people and have a babysitter at the house and vice versa with the other people. So we never really knew what our parents were. We all thought that our mothers were angels and our fathers were saints, even though they were actually, out doing whatever, any kind of debauchery. I mean, heck, they could have been swingers for crying out loud, going to sex clubs, and we just
I don't
wouldn't
want
know
to, nope,
because
I don't want to know that. I don't want to know that.
that's right. And you don't want to, but nowadays people find that shit out, and it's not helpful in their lives. It's better for them to believe the the make believe persona.
Yeah, but it's also fucked up because today's day and age, you can't, like, it's not safe to be like that because there's just so many psychotic people. Like, again, I was gonna go on a walk yesterday just to get some fresh air because I wasn't feeling good. And something on my TikTok popped up and it said, I think it was something about like why women shouldn't be polite or something to creepy ass men. And it showed all these women that were murdered and killed because they went out and they were like just running, or they looked at someone the wrong way. Like, I remember one time my friend Courtney, she picked me up and she was taking me to a Hollywood premiere as a surprise. And so, it's from Chino Hills. So we were driving from Chino Hills all the way to LA. So that's, quite a drive. And I remember I was looking out the window, minding my own business. And usually I don't smile at strangers or anything. I just keep to myself. And I saw this one car and I saw this dude and I thought he was with his son. And the son looked at me and waved. And so I smiled. Well, it turned out it wasn't his son. It was a short motherfucking midget gang member. And all of a sudden we were on their radar. They were following us to the point I was like on the phone with the cops, like trying to call 911 type shit. And thank God my friend knew how to drive, like actually drive. And so she was literally driving, fucking going right around, big rig trucks, trying to like make us hide and everything. And thankfully, she was able to do like, it was kind of like a Fast and the Furious type trick. Like, she slowed down just enough to get behind one of those big rigs, sped up, and then right when she did it was our exit. So it looked like we were still on the freeway, but we like exited it off. And I was just like so terrified, I wanted to cry. I'm like, all I did was smile, and she's like, "Hannah, you can't smile." I was like, fucking clearly. Like, it's so fucked up. And then it turns out, I think it was a month or two later, on that same freeway, some girls got like chased by some men, and they said like one of them was like a midget or whatever, and they got shot up. And I was like, is that the same people? Like, it was so terrifying because you think, okay, this person has a son, so there's nothing to be scared about, right? But it wasn't a son, it was a midget. And then the person, did you hear about that guy that like kidnapped this one woman and held her in his house for like a month, and he had a kid and everything. And the reason she was able to escape and get away because he murdered all her friends. He like got a whole bunch of them and slowly killed each one of them and made them watch. And his son was like upstairs. He built like this downstairs basement that was like soundproof and shit. And so he went to drop his son off at school that morning, and she was able to escape and get away. And she went to the neighbors for help. And so it's like you think, okay, they have a kid, they're not psychos.
Hearing that particular, but just think of it this way. In the United States, there's 350 million people.
Yeah. And guess what? 350 million people, I tend to be a magnet for the psychos online.
No, but the point I'm trying to get at is there's just such a huge volume of people that there's a huge volume of evil shit that goes on every day. And we're only told a tiny, tiny portion of it.
Yeah, that's even more terrifying. Thank you for that.
No, yeah, I mean you gotta be aware, but there's no reason you should walk around scared because there's a lot of things you just can't change.
Well, I mean, I'm not necessarily scared. Oh my god, no.
What?
Fuck. Okay, that guy I'm talking to on the dating app just messaged me, and he said, I just turned in and the first thing I heard was a midget.
The first thing he heard was what?
The first thing he heard was midget.
Oh. Did that
my
perk
girl can't even right now.
The midget's involved.
No, like, it's not that I'm terrified, right? It's more so the fact that like ever since COVID, the long hauler symptoms, it makes you a little bit more paranoid. For one, it's just like one of the symptoms. Like you go online, you look it up, and it's just like you're a little bit more paranoid. But also, I'm not a dumbass. And the fact that I keep seeing all these things happen with women on dating sites just disappearing, being held against their will, fucking getting stabbed and ran over on a date. It's just like, yeah, I'd rather be safer than sorry, for one. And two, there's just so much fucked up shit happening in California alone. Like, again, they literally just released 7,000 pedophiles and sex offenders from prison because Governor Newsom is just like, we don't have the budget for this. Like, what? Send them to fucking, like, send them to war. I don't care. What is going on? So that's terrifying. And on top of that, I just saw a video where a girl got kidnapped by her fucking DoorDash driver. And it was caught on some other person's doorbell, like, ring bell thingy. Mm-hmm. And so it showed, you hear this lady screaming at the top of her lungs for help, like screaming. And this old lady walks out and she's like hearing it, but she doesn't know what to do. And then finally a guy comes out. But by the time he tries to find where she is, she's in a car that drives by screaming, and then she's gone. Can you believe that? She just tried to order DoorDash, and this fucking psycho did something and then somehow got her in his car and drove away.
Yeah, well, when I was a teenager, we went out to a bar one night, and I was, like I said, I was a teenager. I was like, I don't know. Let me think for a minute. Maybe.
I just feel like in your day and age versus my day and age, it was a lot less psychotic.
But my friend was old enough to drink, and his dad was kind of connected kind of person. And anyhow, he talked with the bartender and convinced him that it was okay for him to let a whole bunch of teenagers drink in the bar room that night. So anyhow, by the end of the night, there were a couple of the teenage women there that they wanted to stay and drink with the people that was in the bar, not the people from the group that went there that they went with. And we're like, no. And so one of them was like, well, I'm staying with my cousin. She's staying. And I'm like, no, you're not. You came with us. You're going back with us. You're going back home. And we literally picked her up in the bar room. And this bar room was on a second floor. It was either second floor or third floor. Anyhow, it was near what's called Durgan Park at Faneuil Hall in Boston. And we literally picked her up, hands and legs, walked down the stairs with her yelling and fucking screaming, out the door. She yelled and screamed as we walked her, carrying her down the street into a parking garage, up the ramp in the parking garage. This woman yelling and screaming into the fucking car. I mean, this took some time.
Wait, were you just trying to make sure she didn't get hurt because she was drunk or whatever, and so you tried to take her home?
Yes.
That's a little dramatic.
Yes, it's like, no, you don't understand. You came here with us. We're not leaving you behind. You've been drinking. We're not leaving you behind. No matter what happens because of this, we're not leaving you behind. And so we literally dragged her out of there kicking and screaming. But my point was, and I said to her after we got in the car and we were headed back to the house to bring her home, I'm like, don't you understand? If any of those people were bad people in there, they could have did exactly what we friggin' did. And nobody would have stopped it.
And that was back then. Now it's like tripled, or I don't even want to think of like the numbers now. I used to be able to go out to the bar. And I mean, I used to live over in Green Valley in Chino Hills, and I would walk from my door down the street to my favorite bar called Shamrocks and not have a care in the world. Just, I was living life, totally fun and everything. And like one time, it was the day before my birthday. That was when I got punched in the face because this one like Vato bitch was like having trouble with me because I couldn't see. I like wasn't wearing glasses and I thought I recognized her as like I knew her from somewhere. And if I think I recognize you, I'll like squint my eyes and fucking technically you would consider that mad dogging someone. I wasn't, but whatever. So she was like trying to start shit with me. I've said the story before. Long story short, she ended up punching me in the side of the face where I like flipped over the fence outside. And I was really good friends with the bouncers and the bartenders there. So they kicked them all out. Like they literally grabbed this chick by the hair and like fucking dragged her across the patio and kicked her out of the bar because they're like, don't fuck with Candy. That's like our little sister, you know? And I'm like on the floor holding my face, just crying because I'm mad I'm too drunk to fight. I was like that fucked up. And eventually I ended up going home. I like walked home with a bunch of my friends, just went home. The next day I show up because it's my birthday. And my friend Russell's like, Kenny, cannot believe you're back here today. I'm like, what? It's my birthday. Like, what are you talking about? He's like, those people who fucking got into it with you last night are like in a gang. And I'm like, okay. And they're like, and they were fucking circling the bar last night looking for you. I'm like, oh, well, I guess I got a guardian because I walked home last night. I'm fine. He was just like, what the fuck? It's so bad, but that's how it used to be. I used to not give a fuck. My mom was the paranoid one. She'd be like, oh my God, you gotta tell me where you are. I gotta know where you are at all times. Something had happened. You don't know what happens in this world. And like, she's one of those people who is completely fucking like, she is a magnet for bad shit to happen. And I used to look at her like, how could you be this fucking careless? Like, she would tell me stories. And I'd be like, Mom, I can't even handle your stories right now because it's stressing me out so bad. Like, how can you be that stupid meeting a creep in a bar? And I saw it firsthand. Like, one time I was at the bar with my mom, and this is when she like lost a bunch of weight, had a bunch of work done. She had all this money. She looked really good. And I would have to watch my guy friends like hit on her and shit. And I was like, what the fuck? And one night I see her and she's at this table with all these fucking gangbangers. I'm not kidding. It was gangbangers. And she used to walk around with this massive ass purse with all the money and all the jewelry and shit. And she would keep it unattended, right? And that would stress me out enough because I'm like, well, technically that's my money too, right? So like, what the fuck are you doing? And she was like really drunk and she's like, I'm going home with him. And I'm like, fucking hell you are. And she's like, no, I love him. I'm going home with him. And I was just like, are you fucking kidding me? And thank God I had my friend Nick and all my guy friends there with me, and they're like muscly and shit. And so they backed me up because the one dude was like, what the fuck do you mean she's coming home with me? And I'm like, that's my mom. You're not taking her. But it was just so scary because she would get herself in the stupidest situations. And I'm like looking at her like, what the fuck? How are you this dumb sometimes? Like, I know the term love is blind, but how can you go to that extreme, you know? And now it's just like ever since COVID trusted, I'm like, I don't want to go anywhere, but once I do, I'm back to being my stupid carefree self. It's fun. But when I'm in my room, I'm like, the world is scary, dangerous, and full of fucking psychos, and I don't like it.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to find a balance of being, cautious and have enjoying yourself.
Well, like prime example, I went to Vegas and I was supposed to hang out with Ben and Ashley. And instead, I'm going this year to hang out with them because I didn't get to do that last year. And the one time I'm not around Ashley, she gets fucking drugged. Like, can you believe that? You never think it's going to happen. And I've been drugged before too. When I was out with friends after work, like it was Friday night after work, I've gotten roofied before. And I know exactly what it is and how it fucking goes down. But she got drugged and I wasn't there. I was hanging out with like, Mindy and James and Candace and stuff. And I think we were at like piano or something. But she messaged me right before my phone died. And she was like, I forgot what she said. She said something like, I need you or something. And I didn't know what she was saying. And then the next day, everything was weird. And it wasn't until we got back from Vegas that Ben was like, yeah, Ashley got drugged. I'm like, what the fuck? Like, that's some crazy shit. So now this year, when we go, we're going to have what we call little hat condoms for our goddamn drinks because those exist. Because there's so many psychos in this world that you got to put little hat condoms on your goddamn drinks so you don't get roofied.
Yeah, my mom was born in 1934. And when she was a young teenage girl and she lived in upstate, girl, her mother told her, you better be careful when you go out because a guy might put something in your drink that will knock you out, even back then.
And it's true, they do. Because I was at I think it was like Hotel Irvine or something, and I was with a bunch of coworkers, and it was just like last minute, we're gonna go out, we're gonna have fun and dance and everything like we always do. And there was this one person who was talking to me, and I kind of was like, I don't want to be a bitch, but normally I am a bitch. But I was like, I don't want to be mean, I don't want to be a bitch. And he's like, oh, I got you a drink. And I was like, I don't want to, not be polite and decline. So I took the drink. That drink was laced. Like, thank God I was with my friends and they saw what was happening and they took me and they took care of me and everything. But ever since then, that is why I'm a complete total cunt when it comes to if I'm at a bar, I got creepy vibes from you. I don't fucking take any drinks from anyone that comes up and like, oh, you look cute tonight. I'm like, go fuck yourself. I don't care. I didn't dress up for you. Like, I don't want your drink. Bye. Like, you have to be an absolute savage to these men in these bars because they will fucking target you if you play any type of victim.
Well, I mean, you don't have to be a savage, but
no, you gotta be savage, Justin. You're not in California.
These people, if they're innocent in what it is that they're doing, they gotta smarten the fuck up themselves and realize what it looks like.
No, like there's videos all over of women and like recording their interactions with men because they're like at a bar alone and they're just trying to chill. And there's this guy that's like trying to talk to this girl and she's like looking at him like, what the fuck do you want? And it's always the same thing as like, you'd be prettier if you smile. And she looks at him, she's like, I don't know you, so I don't need to smile for you. And he's like, well, you don't have to be such a bitch. Come on, smile. And it's just like, okay, if you're gonna talk to me like that, like get the fuck out of my space for one. And two, it's just like you're creepy. There's a reason why I don't want you in my space. It's just like if you're an absolute bitch, people won't fuck with you. Or at least the wrong people won't fuck with you.
Yeah, when I was growing up, the drug that was out there, what the heck was it called?
I have no
idea. GHB.
Is that now the date drug? Date rape drug?
Well, I mean, back then it was. I had read about it in more recent time, and then learned about what it was, and talked with other people my age, and including women, and basically what it was it was sold as a diet pill. So there were a lot of women that were buying it and having it as diet pills. So the point I was going towards was the availability was very easy. Anybody could go into a pharmacy and buy this thing. It was well known that it was used as a diet pill. But if you look on the back of the bottle, it says one of the effects of it is could cause sexual arousal.
No, thank you.
So then you start learning that, okay, people are giving this, guys giving this to women to try to get them aroused. So they're giving it to them
What the
unknowingly
fuck?
to try to get at them. But then they start overdosing them. And that's where when they learned that it causes them to be knocked out and lose memory. So it became a date rape drug.
Dude, Justin, I think I might need to like report a fucking FBI shit.
What's that?
Just like the shit pulsing in my chat room right now is so fucking disturbing.
Well, I don't know what to tell you because I don't know if it would do anything.
He's talking about like the cartel, and he's talking about how he had like a gun in his mouth and shit. Like, dude, stay the fuck away from me. Like, I'm not kidding. If you go anywhere near me, I will fucking scream.
Well, see, that's the thing. You should probably just block them and you hide them or block them or whatever it is that you can do in your chat if you don't want anything to do with them. I mean, from what I'm saying, that what you just said, that he's talking about how he ended up with the cartel with a gun in his mouth. I mean, I don't know the circumstances around that, but he could have been totally innocent. I mean, I think he's a fucking weirdo. All right. I mean, I said that a little bit earlier. I'll say it again because he's obviously there. Paul, I think you're a fucking weirdo. And you audio tape and K-Pro, it wasn't right. Yeah, did people enjoy listening to hear her talk shit about the treasure thing? Yeah, they liked it, but that isn't all you taped. And it's signs that you're a weird, sick fucking person. And I don't want to hear any bullshit that you were protecting yourself. If you were doing it to protect yourself, you wouldn't have put that clip out there for people to hear her talking shit about the treasure hunt. You do more than that. You're a weirdo. You're some kind of weird fucking predator that sticks fucking things in people's faces and say, I got tapes on you. I got tapes on you. You know what they call those people? They call them extortionists, all right? That's what they call them. So I'm not impressed with what it is that you do. And yeah, I think you're a fucking weirdo.
Get the fuck out of my chat room. Oh, I have a book on what you said. Okay, asshole, publish it. Publish it, because I am so done with you. I have recorded and documented every fucking creepy thing you've ever said to me or fucking sent me. Like, you are fucking psycho.
Yeah, I wouldn't even engage with somebody about that kind of stuff. I mean, that's like having a business, right? You have a business.
Well, I mean, how many mods in my chat room like play whack-a-mole?
No, but that's like having a business and have somebody call you up, or how about this for an example? This is like Dave Woodard constantly saying that he's going to sue Shiloh. I'm going to sue you. 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 Either do it or shut the fuck up. But I think, if you have the ability to shut the person up by hiding them in your chat, then you should probably just do that.
Fucking creepy.
Well, it's just that there's nothing to be gained.
Oh shit! No, not Huli. Fuck! Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. He accidentally hit Huli. Okay, I fixed it.
But my point is that there's nothing to be gained by going back and forth with a person like that.
Why does JK Pioneer keep hiding Hooli? Jeff, stop. Okay. I'm like, you kept hiding Hooli. What the fuck? Hold on, I gotta give Hooli a wrench so she's safe. Poor Hooli. She like comes in to say hi and she just gets bonked a bunch of times. Okay, I think Hooli's safe now. Sorry, it jumped. I'm like, poor Hooli. She's like the designated mod for everybody. Okay, we're good. Yeah, no, I just want to like hang out and talk fun stuff. And then so funny, Hooli always comes in probably when I'm like having some weird shit pop off, and she's like, oh no, Candy's at it again. I'm like, no, we were talking about some fun stuff earlier. It was fun. We were good. Everything was good. If I don't speak, I won't get whacked like a mole. Oh, poor chat. Everyone's like, I am now a target. I went to hide the idiot and it jumped on me. Wait, Jeff, you're gonna be in Vegas, right? Or did you not get the time off again? I'm just curious. What? I still have to wait to get approval.
You waiting to get approval or what?
To get the time off I requested to go to Vegas.
Oh. Yeah, I spent a lot of years where I didn't have to get
Are you
approval.
okay? Hold
time
please. Hold please. Paul wants to enter. Have at it, Trusted. Have at it.
Have at what?
Paul just entered the Zoom. Have at it.
I'm not going to argue with them.
No, I'm not saying argue. I'm just saying I'm not going to talk to him.
Well,
No,
I have nothing to talk to him about.
Well, you're talking a lot about me, so let's go ahead and just talk a little bit. I have no problem with any of y'all because I know what's going on. So, but
Okay,
when you sit there and just,
say?
wait, hold on. When you sit there and just talk about shit about me, give me a chance to defend myself a little bit.
What did I say?
You said, "Oh, he's talking about the cartel, sticking guns in his mouth. He's so creepy." You have no idea.
I didn't say wait a minute, Chopsticks. Hey, Chopsticks. Wait a fucking minute. I didn't say that you were so creepy about the cartel thing. I said you're a fucking weirdo the way you audio tape women.
Wait, hold on. I'm a weirdo the way I audio tape women.
Okay, weirdo.
So that means that Kaypro is also a weirdo the way she audio tapes men. That means that Forrest Finn. Wait, hold on.
You don't understand. This isn't a platform for you to come in here and justify what you did. I have my opinion of you, and that's it.
Well, I'm going to give you my opinion of you for judging me for something that's ridiculous.
Go ahead.
Can I do that? Okay, so you're judging me about. Wait, you're judging me about taping Kaypro, which that's all you have on me, so that's all you can say. But Kaypro taped Forrest Finn without his consent in his home and just totally ripped him. At least I was being nice to Kaypro. I was trying to help her if you listened to it, but you probably didn't. By the way, Forrest Finn also taped people when they called him. At least he taped me. I didn't make a big deal out of it and call him some kind of weirdo. But
you are a weirdo.
Huh?
You are a weirdo.
Okay, why am I a weirdo?
That's the opinion I formed of you.
So I'm a weirdo because
that's my opinion I formed of you. All right? I don't keep a file on you. I don't have audio recordings on you. Like you just said, well, you only said that because that's all you got on me. What do you mean got on you? What the fuck is wrong with you?
No, what is wrong with you? This is the weird thing. I've been alive for 61 years. I have never in my life had so many people attack me except for this little clan of the Forrest Finn people. It's obviously set up. There's no way you guys can be this crazy. No way. I have done nothing.
Well, there's no way you could.
What is it? Why is it even your? Why is it even your business? What I do? Why is it even your business? We get tape recorded and filmed all day long, and you're worried about that? Is that all? Wait, Tristan, is that all you have to worry about? Is about somebody tape recording somebody? It happens all the time.
I said you were a weirdo for doing it, and you are.
For doing
and the way that you used it, and the things that you're saying, like, "Oh, that's all you got on me." You're an extortionist kind of person.
No, I'm not. You're judging
You're
again.
absolutely 100%.
Earlier, telling me I'm drunk when I called Street up. I'm not. Maybe I'm just playing games. Maybe I'm setting them up. Maybe I'm trying to get information and doing things.
Oh, so you set people up?
Well, don't you?
No.
You judge people. You throw crap at people. You sit back and you kiss ass. You try to be like you're some kind of smart guy. I'm the god. You know, it's like we're supposed to bow to you. Like you're
I said I'm the god.
Yes, you do. You're the all powerful.
Really? That's funny.
Who the hell do you think you are?
I think I'm the all powerful then, right? Why do I sit there for hours and hours and hours listening to people that I like? If I was the god, I would be running the show.
Nobody talks to you without you ripping them apart. Why do you get off to that?
I
Why do you
talk
like
to
this?
all the time. He doesn't rip me apart.
Well, you're the exclusion, Candy. You're part
he
of
talks
it.
to his trust all the time. He doesn't rip him apart.
Anybody that comes into your little circle, you just like to rip them up. You get off to that. That's sick.
You want to know what I've come to understand about you, Paul, just by watching the way you react and the way you talk to women? One, the fact that
wait, don't
constantly
Candy,
talk
stop
over
this.
people with zero respect goes to show that you are an entitled, insufferable little fucker that
I'm not the one that sits there and calls people.
And even though you have money, you don't get attention. So what you have to do is cause up shit and drama to fucking.
I have a book on you.
Because nobody wants to be your friend. Nobody gives a flying fuck about you. Everyone has tried to hear you out, and all you do is reiterate the same fucking delusional bullshit. So
let's hold on.
Trusted as any of those things, you are actually fucking self-profiling yourself, and that is just a sad.
You're not gonna stop, are you? You just rattled off all this crap. Okay, you just rattled it off. You're not even thinking about what you're doing. You're doing worse what you're accusing me of doing. Okay, let's start over again. Okay, let's just start over. Okay, hi, how are you doing?
I'm pretty sure that was what you would qualify as bipolarism.
Well, no, we're just going to start over. Is that okay? Can't we just be friends?
No, I will never be your friend.
Well, that's right, because that's who you are. You can't forgive. You can't do anything but just chastise people.
I'm not
problem?
a dumbass, and you creep me the fuck out.
You're calling me a dumbass.
No, I said I'm not a dumbass, and you creep me the fuck out.
Okay, am I a dumbass?
Do you really want me to answer that?
Yes, I do. Am I a dumbass?
You're not a dumbass. Instead, you are a manipulative.
No, I'm not. Who am I manipulating?
Sociopath.
No, I'm not. I'm a sociopath? Are you serious? What is your problem?
You're my problem.
He's a nitwit.
This is the deal. So you have this channel
that follows women around and writes down all their personal and audio tapes them because he's a fucking weirdo narcissist.
I could say this because I've the benefit of the doubt so many times, Paul. So many times, and you just creep me out.
Wait, please. Let me just say something. Okay, so I audio taped Capra. I agree to that. Okay, now let's just talk about her audio tape and force Finn, your hero, your god, Forrest Fenn. She did that to him. Do you have anything to say about that?
I'm already aware of that because I talked to Jason and bring up Jason.
Okay, so what do you think? Wait. No, Trusted, what do you think about that? She did that to him without him knowing. And not only did she do it, but it was disgusting.
If that happened, it was wrong.
It did happen.
I don't believe you.
Well, Candy, just
I
tell
know
him.
what you- I know what you are. I know what you are. You're not a believable person.
Okay.
You
don't
just get
even know.
done saying that you have an entire. You just get done saying you have an entire book on Candy. That's a sick and demented person.
No,
that
it's
you
not.
are.
You know, see, once again, Trusted, shut the fuck up and listen. Okay?
No.
It's called. Wait,
You are a sick and
It's called
demented
research.
person. You have a book on some person, some woman that you don't even know.
See, you're setting me up. This is so obvious. It's ridiculous.
What are you setting
I don't
up
have it was a figure of speech. I don't have a book on
No,
her.
it's not a figure of speech.
No,
it's not a figure of speech. You said you have a book on her.
The whole
You're known to audio record women. You're a fucking weirdo.
Okay, listen, I'm going to calm down here a second. I really want to hear what you have to say. I'm a weirdo. Okay, tell me why I'm such a weirdo.
I just mentioned. That's enough.
I have listened to you people.
That's enough to declare you as a weirdo.
Okay, I'm not going to call you a weirdo because I think you're just having fun.
Listen.
Hold on. You're talking over me. Let me talk a little bit.
This is a family reunion where weirdos show up and everybody has to talk nice to him. This is not that forum. You're a fucking weirdo and nobody wants anything to do with you.
You done yet?
Sweet baby Jesus. What the fuck was that?
That was a screaming idiot.
Every time I try and give him the benefit of the doubt, he just proves my fucking instincts right. Like, the reason why I won't be his friend and the reason why I'm so fucking disturbed is because my gut instinct is to he's not fucking okay. Just not okay. I would fucking categorize him with what's his name? Who's the one that like literally threatens people all the time and lives in his car?
Oh, Mitch?
Yeah. Categorize him with that.
Well, I don't know if he's like that, but I'll tell you from what he shows, he's an atypical narcissist. Like right now, that shouting match where I was shouting and he was just shouting over the top of it, where he was playing that stupid game. He's a narcissist because he's getting his fucking rocks off because he believes that he's controlling me.
Well, so for one thing, I allow him on my Zoom. I see his name's on there and I still allow him on my Zoom, thinking there's a possibility he could talk calmly. Nope, not at all. But the point is this, Trusted. I have been getting harassed and fucked with for the better point of 3, almost 4 years with that Kyle Kim Doofus account. And it just so happens that Kyle Kim Doofus account and the person who keeps harassing me through encrypted emails is the only one in this Chase community that continuously says that I bullied a searcher to the point of suicide. That is defamation to its fullest extent. For one, I never even knew Heather Dawn. Secondly, everyone knows she did not die by the way that people are saying. Thirdly, I never bullied her. I had no association with her. So if you're going to go on and claim that you have a whole book on me and you say that I called her a unicorn pig, even if she was called a unicorn pig, that does not give you any fucking basis to say that I was the one that drove her to fucking kill herself. Like, how stupid are you? And I do not bully people. I stand up for people that are getting bullied, and I don't take anyone's shit. So again, I gave you a chance to be on my platform, Paul, and you're probably throwing a bitch fit right now because I have you on mute, so I can't hear anything. But I gave you a chance to come on here, and you did exactly what I knew you would do. You threw a fit. You insinuated some really fucked up things. You tried to gaslight me. I'm sorry. Did you not understand that I just got out of a 16-year relationship from a narcissistic, abusive asshole who gaslit me every fucking day of my life? And then before that, my mom was pretty much a narcissist too. So I literally was born into a narcissistic environment. Do you think I don't know how to identify the signs of a narcissist at this point? Like, no, I'm never going to be your friend. And it's not because I'm mean or anything like that. It's because I'm not an idiot and you creep me the fuck out and I want no association with you. Okay? Street allows you on. And when I'm on the panel with Street, I let you say whatever the fuck you want until you start going after me and you start going after my friends. That's where I draw the line. So I will unmute you. If you could take 2 seconds to shut the fuck up, calm down, and try to explain to people what you think is going on in the chase based on a spirituality level versus a fucking creepy ass I'm a victim and you're all the fucking bullies type of level. Because I'm tired of it. God damn. Here, hold on. He might just be stuck on mute now.
I don't know why
you-
you would, I don't know why
Damn.
you would even have him on if he creeps you out. He adds no value.
Well, I mean, Copper's right.
Okay,
That's
let me
Copper's
ask you a
right.
question. Trusted, what is value?
Listen,
Trusted,
Paul, I have nothing to talk to you about.
then stop talking to me. You're talking to me right now. Then shut the fuck up.
Fuck you,
No, you
You
fuck off.
stupid shit.
No, fuck off.
I'm
Okay,
waiting
I'm not
for
gonna
your
play-
reason
blah,
to
blah,
come
blah.
on here.
See, and again, now you think you control the situation. I'm not here to answer your questions, Paul.
I tried to talk to you. You immediately
not
attacked me. You
no
immediately
question.
attacked me. I'm trying to be nice to you. You immediately attacked
I'm
me.
not here to answer your questions.
Then shut up.
No, you shut up.
No,
You were
you
asking
do, you little fuck. Hey, you
You
little
were
fuck. Shut
You
up.
asked me- Oh, you little fuck. You're just a fucking idiot. And you
This
hear,
is
you hear
this
that
is
girl?
insane.
You hear his little
This
girl giggle? This is his
this
little
is-
game. And he
This
loves
is
to
insane. You see, you're
That's
still
why he has
talking
a
to
book
me.
on you,
Stop
Candy.
talking to me.
That's why he has a book on you.
Trusted,
He has a book
stop
on every
talking
other
to me.
girl that he comes across.
Trusted,
There's
are you
nothing
dr-
to this
you're
guy.
drunk, aren't you? You're drunk. You're drunk. Are you high? You're drunk.
Yeah.
What's
okay.
going on with him? He's
Give
way
me
out
2
there.
more seconds. I'm giving you 2 more seconds, Paul, to stop this, or I'm kicking your ass out of here. 'Cause
Okay,
this
I'm
is
fine.
Not
I
cool.
can shut up in a second. I mean, he's not making any sense to me. Okay, let's talk about something real.
Go for it.
Okay. You were talking about Heather Dawn. Let me clear that real quick, okay? This crap about Heather Dawn is wrong, okay? She never gave me a suicide letter, so that's wrong. Defunct, okay? She was a
I
good
never
friend of
said
mine.
she gave you a suicide letter.
I didn't say you did. I said she never did. I never said you said that. Listen to me. I never said that. Why are you getting defensive?
I'm not. I'm just trying to correct what you just said.
I said she never gave me a suicide letter, and you said I never said that. I said I never accused you of that. This isn't
Okay,
about
get to the
you.
point already.
Well, it's not about you. There we go again. So you're attacking me.
Oh, no, I'm just telling you, get to the point.
What's the point? I'm
Yeah,
just
get to your
talking.
point.
What? There's no real point. I'm just talking.
So there's no real point for you to continuously falsely accuse me of doing something that I have no association with whatsoever.
I never accused you of anything.
I would actually beg the differ, and I could go to Ben's channel
Well,
where you
you've
came
accused-
on and you straight up said that I was the one that bullied Heather Dawn to the point of suicide. There's
I
video
did not.
footage.
Whoa. I never said that. Ever.
Yeah, you did.
Prove it.
It's easy. I'll go on Ben's channel and it's right there.
Then
when you
do
have
it.
your
I
video
have
check.
never, ever said that. Ever. I would never say that. Ever.
Okay, then why do you continuously keep bringing me up and associating me with Heather Dawn?
I don't. You do.
Are you some type of like bipolar
Well,
sociopath?
you bring one. I was surprised when you actually brought her up and you said something about a suicide letter. I said, I don't have a. You say it publicly. He has a suicide letter. You say stuff about what Finn said about me and all that. I think it's a bunch of crap too. But I'm not going to sit here and debate all that. I mean, I don't even know why you're bringing up all this negative stuff. What is this all about? Why do you feel this urge to attack me? We
Do
don't
you
even
really
know
think your gaslighting is gonna work?
Girl, we don't even know each other. Candy, we really
I'm
don't.
actually in shock right now. I'm in
This
shock.
is probably the most we've ever talked in our life. And it's like you've known me forever or something. You're saying all this stuff and it's coming out of nowhere. It's like, what is going on?
Okay, well then, Paul, do you mind answering one of my questions then?
Sure, I will. I'd be happy to.
Okay. Can you explain to the class why exactly you sent me pictures of dead animals on hooks and told me this was me, or this could be me?
I did not do that.
I have the screenshots.
Then I would love to see that. I swear I did not do that. How long ago was that?
I want to say last year before WSOF.
No way. It wasn't me.
I
No
mean,
way.
yeah, you sent me pictures of your feet in the spa too.
My feet in what?
In the spa. You were in the jacuzzi or the spa and you sent me pictures of your feet.
Where did I send those to?
To my Facebook Messenger.
That could be possible. That might have been outside of Gardner.
Why would you
I
send
don't know why I did that,
a
but
spa?
that's a possibility there. I think that is because we were talking about dipping your toe in the warm water. Remember that? Remember the warm water, put your toe in it? K-Pro came up with that. And that was kind of a analogy to that. So what's bad about that? What's bad about that?
I mean, it was weird, but I was just telling you.
Why is that weird,
time you
though?
sent the other stuff.
Of all the stuff that goes on in the chase, why is it weird to see my feet in warm water when we were talking about putting your toe in warm water?
Because I don't know you and you're sending me pictures of your feet.
Well, you're sexualizing it, though. I don't look at it that way.
I'm
We're
not
talking about.
sexualizing it.
Wait. We're
really
talking
weird.
about. Wait. This is during the era when we were talking about dipping your toe in the warm water. And
I don't think it was. I think.
Yes, it was. Yes, it was. For me, it was. Maybe not for you, but for me, it was exactly that. What else is upsetting you? What is with dead animals? What are you talking about?
Hold on, let me find it.
This is ridiculous. It's just, I am freaking harmless, and I think you know that.
Let me find it.
All right. In fact, somebody in the chase gave me a ticket over. It's the hot tubs they opened up in Gardner again, the Leduce hot tubs or whatever. And I sent that to a few. I sent it to a few people because it was part of the chase. It was the warm waters halt because they were talking about dipping your toe in the warm water, and I was in Leduc Hot Springs, which is right outside of Gardner, Montana. I thought it was kind of cool, and you're turning it into something that's not cool, and that's not cool because it's not me, and you got me wrong, and I'm sorry if I offended you, but that wasn't what I was trying to do. Why would you take that and turn it into something that's totally wrong?
I'm still looking. Hold on.
I mean, I had somebody send me a picture of you, and I'm not sitting here talking about it.
What do you mean?
Right? Some picture of you naked or something. I mean, somebody sent it to me. I'm not sitting there like, what are you doing this for? You know, why are you doing this? It's not my business. I don't know why this person sent it to me, but they did.
Who was it?
It doesn't matter, does it?
No, it does matter. Who was it?
No, it doesn't matter.
No, I want to know. Who was it?
Well, I have the problem too. I'm a little pissed off that I even got it. I don't even want that on my computer.
Who was it?
I don't know.
How do you not know?
So what other gripes do you have about what I've done to you that is so
No,
bad?
right now, I want to know who sent that to you.
You know what? I'd probably tell you, but I'm not going to do it when I'm live on this thing. And I'm not going to do it when I get attacked like I do, because I've done nothing, and you know that. And I don't understand why you people just have to attack me. It's just not right. I've done a lot for this community, and no one looks at that. They look at this one thing about me taping K-Pro, which is nothing, and we all know it. And I don't understand it. I have watched so much stuff in this community that just disgusts me. It disgusts me.
I want to know.
And I have to. You see, look at you now. You're all like, "Who did that? Who did you?" You're going to sit there for 2 weeks and just rip them on. It's all of this is just disgusting. I've never seen so much drama in my life. Is this really real? If this is all real, I just got to get out of this and just be done with it. I'm hoping it's not.
Paul, I want to know who sent you the photo.
I'm not going to say it now. See, this is the deal. We're talking about confidentiality, okay? We're talking about me taping K-Pro, and now you want me to publicly, to the world, because right now you're live, to the world you want me to say things that I shouldn't say. And I'm actually respecting this other person.
No, I
don't
want to know who.
Well, yeah,
sent
you're just
you
gonna
my
have to
photo?
find out. You're gonna have to find out on the side. You can text me or something. I might tell you. I don't know.
I'm not going to text you.
Well, then don't. Then you're. Look, I didn't ask for it. It just came to me, and that's all I know. Okay.
Well, then, if that's all you know, why are you claiming you know who it came from?
Because I'm not going to put somebody's name over the airway. It's not right. Because I don't know the details to all this. I'm not going to accuse.
Did you really just try to justify the fact that it's not right to say the person's name who?
Honestly, Candy, I'm going to be honest with you here. I don't even know if it's you. I don't even know if it's you, because I heard those photos were out there. It might be you. I don't know if it's you. I don't know what this is all about. It's like everything else. I'm not going to get involved in all this bullshit. I don't like bullshit. I don't like drama. I don't like all this crap. I hate it. Why can't we just all get along? I don't understand this.
Why did you bring up the fact that someone sent my photo to you?
Because it came up in conversation. I just thought it might be you because you're accusing me of all this other stuff. Because
we were talking about Heather Dawn, and then you go on to say, "Oh, by the way, someone sent me a photo of you," because you know that's
right. Because you were accusing me of other things. I'm trying to explain to you how things can get misconstrued. You know, I'm not.
If you really wanted an olive branch, Paul, you would tell me who the person was that sent that to you, because I'm currently in a court case investigation.
That's giving you ammunition so you can attack somebody again. And again, I don't know if it was you for sure. I just don't know. I really swear to God, mean that. I don't know if it was you. I really don't. And I'm not going to sit here and tell people's name for the world. I'm just not going to do that. It's just, you're just 5 minutes ago, you're telling me how I'm this terrible person for doing things. And right now I'm trying to show you that I'm not, because I'm not going to say something that I don't know anything about. I just saw some woman that's not dressed all the way, and it might have been you. I don't know. I just don't know. I really don't care, to be honest with you. I really don't. I got it like a month or two.
Will.
It was like 2 months ago. I just don't get off to that shit. I don't care. Okay? But back to what we were talking about. Let me ask you something. What is all this?
Trusted,
I
are you
mean-
still here?
Candy, let me just say something. I've been in this thing for long enough to where there's something going on more than what's being said. There's
Yeah, I'm
no
still
way.
here.
Hey, Trusted, I have no qualms against you at all. You can hate me or whatever, but I'm just a regular guy. I really am. I'm just frustrated, okay? Because things are weird.
I just witnessed you play a stupid mind game with Candy about a so-called nude picture of hers.
No, I didn't say it was her. I said it
Yes,
could
you
be.
did.
No, I said, let me
Yes,
okay.
you did.
Let me
When
say
you
it
looked
again.
back at the recording,
Trusted?
and everyone else that witnessed the same thing, you originally said it was her to try
Well,
to
I
get.
probably okay. I originally did say it was her. I'll say that.
That's
but
why
I'm going
she
to tell
should
you
just
right
kick
now.
you out of here.
God
I don't know
damn it.
why she's even talking to you.
I'm trying to give
gonna-
him a
let me-
chance to
let
voice
me-
his opinion.
Let me just say this. I said that out of because we're getting emotional. Okay. I think it might be you, but what does it matter? It was sent to me. I'm not going to sit here and talk about. I'm not going to sit here and talk about somebody else when I don't
It
know if it's
matters
really
because
you.
I'm in an investigation for revenge porn, and I need
Well,
to
then-
know who was sending out my
Then
photo, so I
your
could
attorney.
drag their ass to court.
Then get your attorney to call me, and I'll send it to them and leave it at that. I don't. That's it. I'm not going to do it right now. I'll tell you that right now. And Trusted, you should respect me for that because we're live right now on YouTube, the whole world. That's not right for anybody. Because I don't know. I don't know if it's even her for sure. I don't know if this person that did it for whatever reason they did it for. I don't know. I probably should have never even said it because I really don't care. But see, the thing is, you'll find no good in that. Why is everybody trying to get at everybody? Why is everybody trying to go after and sue people and all this garbage? I just don't get it. Hey, Candy, let me ask you something. Am I still on?
Yep.
Hello? Okay. There's been several times you've said, and I'm not judging you on this. I just want an explanation. If you want to give it to me, if you don't, that's fine. That you say, I'm out of this. I quit. Before you do that, you trash a lot of people, but you just like say all this crap. It's like, I'm done with this. But you come back. You come back. You come back. K-Pro does it too. A lot of people do it. You do it a lot though. It's like, it's almost obsessive. I mean, what's going on?
So
If you
I don't know if
hated
you've
that,
noticed this, Paul, but I've continuously been bullied and fucking dealt with for the past 3 to 4 years of not only being cyberbullied, but having my photos spread out throughout the fucking community, sent out to God knows who, including yourself. And I've had to deal with people who I consider were my friends stab me in the fucking back and be behind that whole thing.
well, let
So
me just
yeah,
say this.
I've been emotionally just fucking done with a lot of shit to the point I deleted my own channel that I spent 3 years building. I deleted the whole thing. Netflix wanted to buy it off me. I fucking deleted it. I was like, I'm moving on to better pastures. I'm going to get married. I'm going to Scotland. What happens? No, that shit blows up in my face so much I get dumped while I'm coming back from Scotland. Okay. And I decided to come back not because of Netflix, not because of any of that. I could have been on Netflix. I decided not to. I could still go on my laptop and try and recover some of my video footage from my channel from the previous years. I haven't. Okay. The reason why I started another channel is just because I like to research. I'm a research rabbit hole nerd and I like to discuss things that inspire me, things that I'm passionate about. And sometimes that includes the chase. But just because I decide to say fuck off one day and come back the next, it's not mean I'm a part of some fucked up scheme that proves that this whole thing was a hoax and it's targeting you. Like, it makes no sense.
Okay, Candy, but you're a smart girl. I know that, okay? And you are, all right? But why would you get on YouTube live when everybody in the world could hear you start talking about you and your ex-boyfriend and stuff. It was so uncomfortable. It's like, why would you expose that to the world? Why would you even do that?
Because I'm probably one of the only people in this chase community that doesn't hide shit. I literally, I bear everything.
But that's a personal thing. It's kind of like Barbara when she gets on there and talks about her lawsuits and stuff, which I think is all bogus. But
because the people that follow me, Paul, actually genuinely care about me, and they want to know what's going on. They want to know what's happening with my day to day. People message me saying, "Hey, are you okay? Why aren't you live today? Today's Tuesday."
There were 3 people listening to you that whole time, maybe 4. Okay, and if you have close friends,
there were 4 people.
Look, I'm not going to tell you what to do. I'm just trying to figure out what's going on here.
Chippy's drunk.
You were drinking.
Yeah, it was New Year's Eve.
You were drinking martinis.
Drunk. I was heartbroken, and my ex just literally ruined all of my shit that I had left over at the house that I've been.
I'm just trying to say, if you get drunk,
I'm
just saying, if you get drunk like that again, you don't want to get on live on YouTube and start saying shit because it can backfire on you. Possibly, you might say something that you regret saying. I don't know. I mean, something to think about. I'm just saying.
That's my choice. And again, I have my people on my platform.
I'm just saying it. Okay. You can
and
take
I'm
it,
just
leave
saying,
it, whatever.
if you wanted a platform, Paul, you could have started a channel whenever you wanted. I literally deleted my channel and started over. And I don't need the attention. I don't need the notoriety.
I don't either. That's why I don't even have a platform. I'm probably the only one.
You complain and say that people are silencing your voice, blocking you, preventing you from telling the truth. If you want the truth put out there, make your own platform.
Well, this is the deal. I don't think I'm going to get that because there's just so much, and I honestly, I don't feel it necessary to get a channel going and do all that stuff. I'm not that technical anyways. It doesn't really inspire me. I was just hoping I could have some conversation with somebody and just discuss it, but it always seems like it always goes into a different direction. I mean,
that's because you never let it go anywhere else. I mean, Street has invited you on multiple times to talk about spirituality and things about the chase. Like, Street's one of my most favorite people to talk to, including, Trusted. They talk about deep philosophical, thought-provoking things that let you have conversations for hours on end, and it doesn't even feel like you've been talking for hours because it is so passionate. It's something that we really enjoy to talk about, and then you'll come in and you'll just feel like you're silencing me.
I've attempted to do that, and while you were talking today, before I got on, all of a sudden Matt DeMoss comes up, and all these trigger points that I have. Okay, and it's like, but when I start talking about that, people just shut me down. They don't want to. I'm not being bad. I mean, they just don't want to hear it. They just don't
again, that's why I keep telling people, and it's not anything against anyone else. The fact is, nobody cares about your solution because it's not their solution.
This isn't about a solution.
People don't care about my solution.
Candy, this has nothing, absolutely nothing to do with a solution. Nothing.
Okay, research rabbit hole connections. I'm trying to tell you, Paul, that in order for someone to understand or even care about what you're trying to tell them, they have to physically go down that research rabbit hole themselves. Then they will understand. That's why sometimes I'll do videos and I'll reiterate things on, Wolfram von Echtenbach and Parzival and the Grail research. But it still takes me like so many videos to even try and get people on the right starting path to even comprehend it.
That's what I'm trying to say. I listened to a lot of videos, everything from the Gypsy Kids from way back. I got in this in 2016, all the way up to today, up through all these people. And they bring all this stuff up, and I have so much I could say. And as soon as I start saying it, I get shut down. I can't even get it out. They just ignore me or say, shut the fuck up. Or they start what they usually do is say, are you the guy that taped K-Pro? Get the fuck out of here. They attack me. They don't want to hear anything. If you're not going to hear it, then I'll just go. I'm just saying I got a lot of stuff. And a lot of stuff that y'all talk about. I could give you a lot of stuff. And
that's the thing, though. That's all based on your own point of view.
I could be completely wrong, but you don't even give them the opportunity to even let you know it.
Well,
Maybe
that's
you'll go,
because
whoa. You might sit back and go, whoa, you do have a lot of stuff. You know, I know I do. Whether it's going to do anything, I don't know. I mean, I got everything from my connections with Finn all the way down to Heather, and I could keep going. Everything. I mean, there was so much stuff. Oh my God! It's like, and what I want to know is it's not about the solve. It's not about where the chest is for me. It's about what was going on here. What really was going on. Now, listening to y'all, you're talking about, now it's about the title to the gold, and Troy talks about the trove, and I listen to these, and I'm not going to cut anything down, but these people are smart. They're not doing this stuff thinking that that's where the chest was. I know that. I don't know what they're doing. I just know what they're doing, if that makes any sense. I know what they're doing, but I don't know why they're doing it. And it kind of drives me crazy because I feel a little invested in this whole thing. I don't talk about my solve. The only time I've ever done that is when they thought it was at 9 Mile Hole. My area actually was right down the road at 7 Mile Bridge. I'm not saying that's where it was, but as far as the point goes, it sure fits there better than at 9 Mile Hole. That's all I wanted to say, at least to the home of Brown, and that's it. But other than that, I don't care. What I do care about is why are all this strange stuff that went on? What was that all about? Am I imagining? I just want a peace of mind. That's it. And honestly, I like some of the stuff you guys talk about, but I had a lot of conversations with a lot of people. I was manipulated, maybe. I was, just weird shit. People that died around me, which is kind of strange. I had one guy, I've never said this. I don't want to say this when we're live. All right. I shouldn't say that. Oh, God. I've had some weird shit. Anyway.
I mean,
you remember the first time we talked?
no, I just remember you used to message me and talk about New Mexico and fishing.
Okay. We talked one time, and we talked about getting a sandwich, remember at Bullwinkle's or something. But that was weird. I was at the Finn finale. You guys were there. You don't give me the time, but you don't even say hi. I don't, but I'm not going to worry about it.
I was
whatever.
with Christy. She was my friend, and
but you're right in front of me. All you have to do is say hi, Paul. You don't even do that, but that's okay. I go. Okay, explain this.
I don't know you.
In 2020, I fly out to go to the World Series of Finn in Vegas. Okay, I get completely ignored. I didn't do anything to anybody. It's insanity. I mean, it just doesn't make sense. That's what I'm trying to say. Even Toby Eunice, who was there, I'm going to say this publicly, who I like. In fact, when I did the interview with him, he said, yeah, we're good friends and we email each other. He's like this. That's probably the last time we really talked until the World Series of Finn. And I'm there. I see him walking by. I walk up to him and push my hand out and grab him by the shoulder to get his attention. And he pushes me away and goes, get away from me. It's like, what? Nobody would talk to me. It was just, I felt like I was in the fucking Twilight Zone. What was that all about? I mean, I've been around a while. People are not that rude. I mean, Toby even went as far to say, I almost stuck you with my 6-inch stiletto. He threatened me. It's like, dude, it's like, what are you saying this for? Explain that.
I can't explain anything because I'm my own person and I don't control what other people there think.
All right. Well, honestly, I think it's a big theater. I mean, I pray to God these people aren't like this. I just can't even imagine it. For me, I can't even conceive it.
Dude,
I
all
don't
I'm
have.
trying to
Let me just
do
say
is
this.
go
I
to
don't
Vegas.
have.
That's all
I
I'm
don't
trying
have
to do
this.
is go to Vegas and have fun and not deal with bullshit.
Well, I don't go back because I'm not going to experience that again. I mean, I live out here by Yellowstone. I went to that, and that was a kind of a debacle, anyways. But see, that's what I'm talking about. I don't want to talk too openly about what happened because there's other people involved and stuff. It's like a conspiracy. It's just really strange
Yeah,
the
but
way
this is
things
the
lay.
people say a lot of stuff and they're like, oh, I experienced this and I'll never experience it again. Every time I've gone to WSOF, I've experienced some really fucked up bad shit, yet I still show up because I don't want to just give up and let people have power over me. So everyone's like, Candy, why are you going to WSOF after all this bullshit with you and K-Pro and Cynthia and blah, blah, blah? Because I want to see Ben and Ashley. They're my friends and they moved to Arizona, so I want to be around them. I
But
also
see,
want
the
to see
thing
my
is,
other friends I don't really see and they live out of state. It's just like, am I the only person on the planet that can put bullshit aside just to fucking coexist for a moment?
well, obviously you're not because I'm actually talking to you and I've actually called into your channel because if I was that way, I would never have done that. Number one. Okay. Number two, then answer something. 6 months ago, you were talking so much shit about K-Pro. It's like it's unrepairable. And now you're talking to them again. You're on their chat. I mean, did you make up with it?
Paul. I gave up.
Okay.
Like, what's the
Okay,
point?
so you gave up. Well, so did I. So why am I still getting attacked for nothing? I didn't call anybody a cunt and say all these shitty things to them. I'm just,
why is it so fucking out of this world if someone says go fuck yourself or call someone a cunt? Like, it's just the English language. It doesn't mean anything.
For me, it does. Okay, if you don't respect that, then I'm sorry, but I don't like it.
That makes no sense though.
Just as much as Trusted doesn't like me taping women. He makes it sound like I'm taping all these women. He doesn't even want to hear the whole story. I didn't even know I was taping her the first time. The second time I did, but the first time I didn't even know I taped her. But I get judged. It's like, what is all this? It's like, it's like, is he that pure? He's never done anything bad in his life. He can just attack somebody. It doesn't make sense. See?
Well, see, I'm down the rabbit hole of research, so I don't really want to fixate or care about the logistics or why people behave the way they do, because you'll never fucking get the answer. You'll never.
Okay, let me ask.
Why.
Okay, one of the areas I brought up a little earlier that always is in my mind: the summer into the fall of 2018, all the YouTubers, Toby, Shelly, just all of them. Okay, K-Pro, Mike, they're all drinking and they're all drunk.
We're humans. We're allowed to be drunk.
No, whoa. But they weren't. They were pretending. Why were they all doing that at once? It was just the strangest thing. It was like they just.
I was aware of that in 2018.
Yeah, it was. I mean, just my relationship with K-Pro as partners when I was with Shannon was strange. And I'm not, like I said, I'm not going to go into the details on the air here, but it's just you can't make the shit up. It's not bad, but it makes no sense. Makes no sense. It doesn't comply, And
what do you want from me then, Paul? Like, this is what I'm trying to understand.
Don't say I would need anything, but I don't. I mean, if you want to talk about it, you can. I just think you know more than you're saying.
The only thing I know is what I researched. The only reason I can say what I say is because I bust my ass 24/7 going down extensive research rabbit holes that people won't even touch. And it helps me unlock whatever this is.
Candy, you're saying you're busting your ass for what?
Because I like the mystery of the universe. It's like literally on my dating profile.
Okay, don't make it sound like you're going out of your way for anybody. You're saying I'm busting my ass to do all this. Oh, no one cares. If you're doing it for fun, then it's fun. But you're making it sound like you're doing somebody a favor.
No, it's the fact is I've always wanted to know the story behind why he did this and what the whole meaning behind the chest was. And I've been doing this for 7 years. And people have the audacity to say, you got to write a book or you got to do a PDF and you got to name your sources because we don't want to do the work, but you got to do it for us. And it's just like, I don't need to do that. I will go live. I'll talk to people. I'll share some of the stuff that I found, but I'm not going to take my time and spend it writing a book or doing this. And just because I know this information doesn't mean I'm some mastermind manipulator that's controlling the chase. Like Frank has it in his mind that I'm literally the only person standing between him and $1 million treasure. Okay. That's terrifying. You believe that I'm somebody who is dictating how people treat and talk to you in the chase. That's terrifying.
No, that's you're wrong there. No, that's not what I think. That's not what I think.
Like I asked again,
honestly,
what do you want from me?
Huh? What's that?
What do you want from me?
Well, I have to be real careful. I feel like I'm gonna be honest with you. I feel like I'm on Twitter right now, being real careful what I'm tweeting because I don't want to be censored. And I don't have to say something that's disrespectful. If I say something that's against the narrative, I'll get censored. And that's what I'm worried about right now. I think that you are an actor. I think you're part of this.
Then you're in the same damn boat as Frank. And I had to do 3 FBI reports against Frank. 3.
Do what?
I had to literally call into FBI and do reports against Frank.
FBI reports? Because of this?
Because of what he was doing, of the fact that he was going onto my social media accounts, posting photos of me underage.
Well, trust me, I will never do anything close to that. I don't care.
No, what I'm trying to tell you is he's so deep into this, he couldn't even differentiate, reality from fiction. Okay, or sorry, fiction from fantasy.
Well, Candy, I can't. Okay, but what I do
Clearly
know,
you can't because you just said it yourself. You think I'm an actor.
Well, that's my opinion. I could be wrong. That's fine if I'm wrong. I'm sure you're wrong about stuff too, right? But I'm not obsessed about it. I'm not going into your personal. I've never done a personal check on anybody.
Then why a little bit ago did you say you had an entire book on me?
That was a figure of speech. I'm gonna tell you exactly what I got. I actually emailed Matt DeMoss and a few other people trying to figure out what was going on. I was trying to show them some examples of what people were doing in the chase. You were one of them. It didn't make sense to me, okay? Because I know you're not that person. I'm going to be honest with you here. I'm not kissing ass or anything. You are not the person you portrayed when you were in that spout with K-Pro. You're not that way. I don't know why.
I'm a nice human being that's loyal. I know, but
you weren't nice to her publicly. Look, if you were that upset, you shouldn't do it publicly. Do it on the side. You told everybody. It didn't make sense.
That's
Candy.
because my personal photos were literally being fucking thrown around at WSOF.
This had nothing. This had nothing to do with your photos.
It had everything to do with my photos.
No, not the stuff you were doing at this point. It had nothing to do with your photos.
Why am I even rehashing this? I'm literally trying to avoid this so I could get along with her long enough while I'm at WSOF that shit doesn't go south.
Right. I hope you do. I mean, that's my hope that you could do that. But the thing is, I knew you would get back with her because everybody does. I made a prediction a year.
I'm not friends with her. I'm literally being cordial out of the respect of the event itself. That's what adults can do. They can put their own issues aside so that everyone can get along and enjoy an event because nobody wants to be at an event where there's bullshit going down.
Right, exactly. But it's tough when you call people names and stuff. Like you call me creepy and all this. I don't know why I'm not creepy. If I send you pictures, which I sent to many people, of me in the hot springs in Gardner when we were talking about dipping your toe in it, that's what that was all about. I don't understand why you would find that creepy.
I have the screenshots, but I'm trying to give you the benefit of the doubt right now and let you
Well,
talk
I'm
about
telling you
what
right
you
now,
want to
what's,
talk
I'm
about.
not. I mean, the picture that was sent to me, if it was you, that's a little creepy. I mean, I'm not sitting there broadcasting that everywhere.
Look, Paul,
I
if
got
you're not
that-
going to tell me who sent you those photos, I want you not to talk about it ever again because that's my personal business
Okay,
and I don't appreciate
great.
it.
Okay, then it's done.
So what do you want from me?
What do you want from me?
I'm giving you the opportunity to come onto my platform, which is a fraction of what it used to be, by the way, but I'm letting you go onto my platform and talk about what you want to talk about because you continuously say, I silence you, I keep you from speaking the truth. You use my platform.
I want to know if you think Jack really found that chest.
I keep saying to people that there was a chase within the chase. And the reason I say that is if anyone is familiar with Nostradamus, he was basically somebody who had to hide things within the writings. You had to read between the lines or else the church would be tipped off and he would be branded a heretic and burned at the stake. So what he did was he would write letters, he would create stories, he would do illustrations and things. And he would mark it with what was known as the Cross of Lorraine. And the Cross of Lorraine.
I don't mean to cut you off here. Look, you're going into this other story here.
No, I'm trying to tell you, it was signified to the people who knew how to read between the lines. And Forrest not only had the Cross of Lorraine in multiple chapters in his books, but he also created something so that it would draw the attention to some, but it was meant to be seen and read between the lines to only attract those who knew what to look for. So yes, he put a treasure out into the Rockies and he wanted people and their families to go out there, use the 9 clues and find a box of gold. Was the box of gold found? Yes. Was it the reason why he created the chase?
No.
In my opinion, no. He
No.
did this.
Okay, so Candy, I've been
story.
okay. This is what I'm trying to say. I've been preaching this for over 3 years. A lot of people didn't want to listen to it. I mean, I've told all the YouTube people on the side and stuff, and no one wanted to have a discussion about it. And just in the last couple of weeks, all of a sudden, everybody's talking about it. They're saying, well, the treasure was just a lure. I've been saying it's been a lure for 3 years. And I've tried to talk to people about it. They didn't want to discuss it. It was just canceled. I'd be nice. I'm just saying, hey, this is my feeling. I go over the poem because to me, it's pretty straightforward. I mean, you go through the poem, look quickly down, your quest to cease, take the chest and go in peace. Okay, it's done. And then the poem continues. And it goes into, why is it that I must go and, leave my trove for all to seek? It's a whole different situation. The answers I already know. I've done it tired and I'm weak. Hear me all and listen good. Your effort will be with the cold. If you're brave and in the wood, I'll give you title to the gold. You don't have to give them the title of the gold when you already took the chest. I mean, it's a whole different situation. And now everybody's talking about this. So I don't know what's going on. I really don't. All I know is that, yeah, he's got something else that he probably is doing, I guess. I truly believe the treasure chest was put out there. I think it was a lure. I think that he was looking for something maybe. I don't know. I really don't know. I don't spend that much time trying to figure it out other than what I just experienced. There's people in the chase. I am 100% confident they have something to do with the chase. I know with you, Candy, 50-50, let's just say that. K-Pro Mike, definitely. They're in it. Toby Shelley, definitely. They're in it. Okay. And there's others that are borderline. Okay. I think Treasure Warriors, whatever his name is, he's in it. He would never come in this thing. He's got other things he could do. He's motivated to come in and do this, whatever this is. So with that being said, that's kind of my quest. What's this all about? What is it about? Am I seeking something? Hey, if I get something out of it, great. But more than anything else, I just want to be able to say, hey, I was kind of right about this. There was something else going on. Personally, did Jack find it? No way. There's no way he found it with just a poem in 2 years. It just, none of it makes sense. It just doesn't. I had several emails with Jack. There's things I said, he said back. It gives me enough information to know it wasn't even him. I don't know who was emailing me back, but it wasn't Jack. The way you can word stuff.
Yeah, I know. It was like
So
writing.
It wasn't Jack. And then and I know for a fact he was offered 1.2 million up to 1.8 million for the chest, and he auctions it off. He sells it to an LLC who auctions it off and barely makes $1 million. I mean, come on. What's going on here? And the fact that everybody got all weirded out about finding it in Yellowstone, it doesn't matter if you find it in Yellowstone. Just take it and go sell it. They'd never even know. Because, it's like when Jason or whoever was putting those cameras out there and stuff, Yellowstone didn't care. Justin. They didn't care. I mean, these are the stories I have that make a lot of sense, but no one wants to hear about them. I could tell you about them, and you'd go, well, wow, that's kind of interesting, but no one wants to hear it. You want to hear the story about the cameras?
No, I already kind of
heard. The reason I say that is because they spent months talking about a chest in Yellowstone and the legalities to it. Whether it's a chest or a couple $100 cameras, there's no difference. I have proof that Yellowstone National Park didn't care about those cameras out there. They had to have had an agreement or something. Either they just didn't care or they had an agreement with whatever's going on here. Period. Proof. But it doesn't interest anybody. They rather talk about a little log. They talk about a log for freaking 6 months.
It's based on point of view. If it doesn't associate with your research, no one's going to be interested. So for some, they have spent X amount of their years of their lives trying to decode and understand this treasure hunt. And since the log is associated with confirmation of where it allegedly resided, they're going to be infatuated with that because that associates with their research. It helps to verify another piece of their puzzle they're trying to unlock. Myself, I don't care about 9 Mile Hole. I don't care about any of that because I know the whole reason for the chase was just the chest itself. The chest is the puzzle. That's why I've spent 7 years of my life decoding it.
Exactly. But you're also trying to figure out, you said, why Finn did this. And whether it's 9 Mile Hole.
No, it's initiation.
Well, what I'm trying to get at here, you're trying to find places where things don't line up, okay? Where there might be some falsities to things. Well, I found many of those things.
No, it's not even about miscommunication or edits or typos, spelling typos or anything. It's just about the fact that it's all pertaining to knowledge, and the whole message throughout his book is about teachers. His father was a teacher. He talks about Miss Ford. There's all these teachers, and teachers are associated with schools. Okay, he's trying to get you to understand the puzzle is the chest, and the trick and the whole reason he did this is because he wants you to find that school. It's all about the initiation into school of knowledge. And
right. That's why they have Troy working in the Chase Inc. Because
Troy does his own thing. He's down his own rabbit holes.
No, but he schools people. He
doesn't school people. He's just passionate
about what he sees. What are you talking about? No, he schools people all the time. He has
He's more
hour-long.
scientific than
I
I guess
know,
you
but
say fantasy.
exactly, but he gets on his YouTube and he takes all this time out of his life to teach people things all
Yeah,
the
but
time.
it's fine that people
100
take their own time. Like I got upset at, what's her name? Mary DeFonso the other day. She was talking shit on the fact that Street and I were on a Zoom, and I know Street started his Zoom way earlier. So UK Paul from, over in the UK could come on and talk to him. And so they were on for 11 hours. I think I jumped in and off the stream for a while, but when we talk, we have fun. We're talking philosophical, deep, interesting questions. And she was like, oh, these people need a life. How could they sit here and talk for 11 hours? They need a life. We have a life. And the fact is, I chose the day that I was off of work to go onto a platform and talk philosophical, deep thinking research with like-minded individuals. And I chose to do that, not because I have nothing else better to do with my life, not because I'm a loser, I'm single, I don't like to go out into the world. It's because I chose to go online and share my research. It doesn't make me a loser. When Troy decides to go on
Candy, hold on a second. Whoever called you a loser?
Miriam and lots of people. It's just, I'm trying to tell you, when people choose to take time out of their life and make videos and explain things,
you can do it
and
right. You can do what you
things.
want. Why would they ever call you a loser?
I'm just trying to tell you, you were insinuating there was something up with Troy because he constantly goes live and makes videos and explains things.
Give me a second. I'll tell you exactly what I'm talking about. Because he's repeatedly talking to people, whether it be through chat, I've watched it, or either live. He either does it in his chat or live. He's done it over a dozen times where he says, my time is very valuable. If you want to know more, you can pay me. And I get to thinking, if he's saying that, why is he spending thousands of hours putting YouTubes up, spending all this time printing stuff, being on these live shows? What is he doing?
He's a researcher just like me. When you talk to people about what you're looking into,
no, you're defending him now. Just listen to me out. It's a motivation thing. I mean, he's taking his time out of his life to do something that's not really helping himself.
It is helping himself, just like
it's stuff that he already figured out. Why is he sharing it?
I already figured out the stuff that I have, and if you let me.
But no, my question is, why would he go and research all this?
For a second?
Go ahead.
Thank you. The reason why I, myself, and Troy and others, even though we already know what we know, why we choose to go on, why we choose to, go live or make videos, is because even though we have a piece of the puzzle figured out, when we talk about it again and we share it with people, it inspires us and it motivates us and it gets our brains thinking, and we start connecting other pieces of the puzzle. So it's not because we're trying to force anything down anyone's throat. It's because we're actively passionate about it. And every time we talk more about it, we unlock more details that we missed the first time around. So we're just really passionate research nerds that love to go deep down research rabbit holes. And sometimes we choose to share those rabbit holes with people because some are interested. We're not forcing anyone to watch anything. We're not telling you this is the solution. This is it. You have no other option. No, I keep saying, there was a chest of gold. There was a family. It was meant to go be found. That existed, but there was something else in between the lines of that too. And Troy sees it. I see it. Street especially sees it. I feel like Street's the only one that is probably ahead of everyone else, aside from Shiloh. Like Street sees it better than anyone. So it's just, that's why I like to talk to Street. That's why I like to talk to Troy. Even though Troy and Frank are more scientific based and they're like, Candy, I need some, actual evidence, physical evidence to, understand you. I don't.
So with that being said, the chest has been found. So what is Troy trying to do? Because he's definitely not into, at least he wasn't up to maybe a week ago, into more than just where the chest was, which for him was over at the medicine wheel. Okay. And he had his big theory, he has PowerPoints and this big old presentation. I mean,
The
it's like
medicine wheel
K-Pro.
links back
I
to
mean,
the
I've
Maya.
watched K-Pro for the last 5 years, putting on these extravagant shows with PowerPoints. And it was like, why? Why do they have to do all that? You know, they don't even like it. They talk like
Because
they
when you're
don't like it.
passionate about something, you don't want to do something half-assed. You always put 100% into it. And for
Okay.
Christy,
Okay.
I believe that
But
she
see,
wanted
that's
to
where it
know little
doesn't make
clues.
sense. So some of these people that were so passionate we talk about, I had personal conversations, but they said they're done. They're done. Not only do they say they're done,
Yeah,
they said, I
because
don't
it's an
want to
emotional roller coaster. We're
wait.
allowed to change our minds.
Well, then why don't they just call me and tell me that? You know, they weren't mad at me.
They
said
don't
they're
need
done.
to call you and tell you that.
Okay. Let me ask you another thing. Then. And I know you're going to have an answer to this because you're going to say I'm an asshole. I taped K-Pro, whatever it is. But I'm blocked almost by 90% of the people that have YouTube channels. Some of these people I don't even know. I never had a conversation with them. They still have my comments blocked. Why would that be? One
Again,
example would
I
be
can't answer that because I'm not them.
Well, I'm not asking. I'm trying to get you. You're one of these researchers. You're trying to figure all this out. This is the community. I think
I'm not trying to figure out the community or people. What I'm trying to figure out is history and a secret society that's a part of an initiation to a school of knowledge based on the Grail. That's completely different.
Okay, so let me ask. I can ask you a quick question. Do you think that anybody in the community has anything to do with what Forrest? I don't want to say they were employed by him, but do you think that anybody in the community is part of the chase more than just a searcher?
I think it's a possibility. We have
good.
Secret societies. We have secret societies.
Okay, so let's say it's a secret society. Okay, that's even better. So let's just say that it's a possibility and you're the person that's interested in that kind of stuff. I'm throwing out these little hints right now to you where, hey, look, girl, you know, these people are acting strange. What's going on here? But you don't seem interested in hearing what I got to say because I got a lot of that stuff. I have a lot of that stuff.
That's because I'm more focused on going down my research rabbit holes than caring and fixating on people's reactions and their behaviors. If I did that, I would never get past being freaked out. Like, I literally had someone tell me they were the fucking Antichrist and they were going to murder me in the future. Do you not comprehend that?
Yeah, I do. I've had worse things than that. I had a person one time hanging himself on the phone. I had to talk him out of it. He was hanging himself.
I'm just saying, there's too many things to focus on.
Did you hear what I said?
Yes, I heard what you said.
Okay, so don't you find that strange?
No, it's someone who was hurt, crying for help. I had a friend call me and said that he was going to commit suicide.
Okay, same thing was going on with Heather. At first, I never thought she'd carry it out a year later. I talked her out of it the year before. She was in the middle of taking pills to kill herself. And there's a lot of strange things, okay? The timing when Finn died, I'm not going to go into all that, but this the whole thing, okay? And, you know, I personally know for a fact, I bet my life on it, that there's something going on more than this treasure hunt crap, you know? I know there's people involved in this, no doubt about it. I don't want to point fingers at anybody because they're going to deny it. I've tried it. I'm not going to, you know, I know who's who pretty much. It's kind of common sense. And I'm just going to use, you know, I guarantee I'll do a prediction right now. Toby Eunice and Shelley will be back in the chase within this year, just like they were before with AGK probably.
I think AGK possibly sold their rights and their channel to Netflix. That's why they took everything down, because once you sell it, you can't have any association with it.
Okay, well they'll be back in the chase. That's all I want to say. And maybe not AGK, but they're going to be back in it because they're doing this other thing, which is kind of cool. I watch it because I like New Mexico, but they have like 2 people watching. It's nothing. Why are they spending all this time? And I have a lot more I could say about them, but I don't want to do that on live. But you know, nothing bad. It's just some of the things that just, and I know. And which goes into all of this. You know,
think about it. There are so many people in this chase community that have gone through some serious shit in their lives, and just like myself, my happy place was going to the poem and the clues, and this was before I even started going into, oh, there's a secret society that takes you to a school of knowledge. I was just like, hey, it's the fire hole, let's go find a box of gold. That was my happy place, especially when I learned about etymology. Etymology unlocked my passion to become a treasure hunt creator. Etymology unlocked my passion to understand how to use words in its proper context. It's like a maze in and of itself. And there are so many different pieces that Forrest introduced to people in the community that was their happy place as well. And even though, you know, it was announced it was found almost 3 years ago, which good God, we need help, people still cling to that because it's still their happy place. They want to know where it was found, why we never got like the 9 clues given to us, why Forrest passed away when he did, why he didn't tell us more things or answers, why there's rumors there's a video of him going over the clues. People stick around for that, not because they're part of some, you know, maniacal scheme, but because they're looking for closure. They're looking for something, for like another light at the end of the tunnel. And there's nothing wrong with that. And the fact that AGK decided to switch venues or switch, you know, content, that's fine. I do it all the time with Street. I don't talk about the chase all the time. I talk about the Anunnaki. I talk about the crazy ass conspiracies. I talk about Pizzagate. I talk about some controversial shit about religion and politics that nobody wants to go near because I like talking about it. It doesn't always have to be about the chase. And so I don't know why people get so upset that like Street goes live, I go live, Ben goes live. Who cares? It's YouTube. We're not taking your broadband. You could go live whenever you want. I'm talking to Barbara. I'm talking to Bill. Like, they get upset that we go live. Like, how dare they not have the spotlight? Like, who cares who has the spotlight? You could go back later and watch the videos. I don't know why it's a competition. It shouldn't have to be.
Hey, look, I couldn't agree more. I don't care what anybody does. I really don't. You can go live all the time you want. You can do this. You know, Bill Gorman texts me all the time. I have a, you know, Greg. I don't like it when Greg texts me at 3 a.m, but you know, I get a lot of stuff. Okay, but it's not relevant stuff. That's just kind of, that's, you know, again, I'm in that position to where I've had, you know, I'm trying to figure out what this is all about. Okay, I think you know that. It's not.
Have you ever had somebody within the chase community call your fucking place of employment and try and get you fired because they're that fucking obsessed with you?
I don't work, so that's not possible, but I've had people do things that are worse than that. Yes.
Yeah, well, that's continuously happened to me. Barbara called into my work trying to get me fired. I talked to everyone. My employer is pissed. They're like, you could talk to our lawyers and you could actually. She did it. I've got the proof of it.
This is where I have the problem. If you have somebody that's trying to get you fired at your job, get out of it. I mean, this is.
No.
I mean,
the problem is not with me. The problem is with them. I'm just trying to show you and tell you. You ask me why I'm such a bitch all the time.
Okay.
Because I'm constantly in defense mode, having to deal with anonymous trolls because they have.
But do you want to live? Do you want to live like? Do you want to live like that?
I shouldn't have to stop being passionate.
But that's where I got. That's why. Let me tell you this. This is where I got confused with you because you got to a point where you're at a breaking point. I mean, you were like, "This is so bad. I just can't handle it." You said a lot of bad things, which is fine. You're upset. I understand. But then you get. It's almost like an addiction. You come back in it again. I don't get that. To me, I don't understand that. I mean, it doesn't make sense to me.
Because again, research is my happy place, and
but there's a lot of things you could research.
I research many things, and it's not just the chase.
But you go back and you start re-engaging with the people that gave you such a hard time.
Again, the only reason I'm being cordial with Christy is because WSOF is coming up in Vegas, and I just want to get along with everyone. And I know that's not going to do shit. I mean, last February, I thought everyone was going to get
Okay,
along
so
again.
why are you setting yourself up?
I'm not anymore, because not only have I learned that I got out of an abusive, narcissistic, gaslighting relationship, I tend to gravitate towards people like that. And I know how to deal with it now. If the only thing they have to humiliate me like they did last year were my photos, then I'm fine with it, because now I'm confident. I'm comfortable with my body, and I don't care if they were to do that to me again. I do care that there are some random ass people sending out my photos to people such as yourself and others in the community. I do care about that.
Well,
but I don't care about them trying to humiliate me anymore.
Give you a peace of mind. Like I said, whoever this person is at a distance. There's nothing that's shown that's bad. The person's naked, but they have their body crossed up to where you can't see anything. Okay, you can't even see the boobs or anything. But I don't know who it is. I just thought maybe it would you. I don't know. I don't really care. Okay, I really don't. But what I'm trying to say here, I've had a lot more strange things happen than that. But again, you were just so upset 4 months ago. I mean, just belligerently upset. I've never seen anybody so upset. And now you're back in it again. Don't you just want to question yourself a little bit and say, is this the right thing for me to do?
I mean, to an extent, I'm fine. Just weed out the fucking psychos.
Well, maybe these people aren't such psychos.
If you're gonna call into someone's work and try and get them fired so that they can't support themselves, you're a fucking psycho.
Well, I'll tell you right now, I think Barbara's part of this. I don't think Barbara's who she says she is, because for one, I'll real quickly go over why I think this. Okay, you want to hear that real quick?
Sure.
Okay, she has me blocked on her YouTube. Okay, I don't even know her. Why would she? I emailed her, and she finally emailed me back and says, "Oh, I must have had a fat thumb and did it on accident. Let me see if I can do something quick like that." Never did it. I'm still blocked. Okay, that's one. Number two, let's just pretend she is an attorney. I don't know if she is or not. I don't check into these people's backgrounds, but let's just say she is. She would never, ever do what she does live on YouTube. No way. No way. Talk the way she does, say the things she does. There's no way she would do that. It's insanity. Why did she get up at 4 a.m. and read off these scrapbooks? None of it makes sense. Why is she doing that? For what reason? This is where you just go crazy, because none of it makes sense. But it makes sense to me because there is something going on, and this is part of it. I don't know what it is, though. It's really like a mind game or something. It's 11:11
It's more like
right
duality.
now,
It's just a test on duality. How people can absolutely lose their minds, lose their shit based on the promise of gold versus what actually matters.
Honestly, it could be that. That's where Shelley would come in probably. But it could be a lot of different things. It could be a thing about greed. It could be all kinds of stuff. I mean, I don't know, but I'm in that place where, you ever been to a carnival and you spend $100 with those darts popping balloons, and you have one more balloon to pop? You just can't.
I only spend like $5 and I pop the balloons.
Well, what I'm trying to say is, I'm at $100. I got one more balloon, and I just got to pop it. Because that's how close it feels. Now, I don't lose sleep at night about all this. I'm not researching things. I think about some stuff and everything, but because I know in time this will show its face. It has to. But the thing I need also is a peace of mind. Am I crazy? Because there's a lot of crazy stuff that happen. And I have to have a little bit of peace of mind there too. And, I haven't disclosed a lot of stuff because I know we're live on YouTube right now, but it gets really deep. I mean, you like that philosophical stuff. Oh boy, I got that stuff. Holy shit. I mean, it's crazy.
Oh, I mean, life's crazy, but I would just rather focus on going down research rabbit holes that I'm passionate about than fixating on the behaviors of everyone in the chase, because I would never get past it. I would like if I even tried to fixate on one person, let's say Barb, I would never get past that. I would probably go insane. I honestly think that she is just so delusional that she thinks that this is, this is
Like, I hope to
verified.
God.
Like her behavior
Well,
is verifiable.
if she's delusional, there's a lot of people that are in the chase. I
There
just hope to
are
God that
many people. Dave
I
Woodard for
hope that-
one, Rick Novak.
Well, I don't know Rick, but I hope to God all these people aren't really the way they are, because I just that means that, the rapture's coming. I mean, shit. There's no way these people be this fucked up. There's just no way.
I mean, look around. I pay attention to shit that happens in society. There are so many unexplainable shit happening right now where people are going into grocery stores or parking lots, and they have like the strength of like fucking 10 demons, and they're tossing boulders into cop cars. And
well, that's a whole nother.
Saying
We're
that
talking
they're seeing things that we can't see.
Candy, I could go there. That's a whole other subject. I'm all into that. I mean, why do you think I live where I live? I mean, we do have a problem. I think we're on the cuff of a lot of it right now. I can't put a time on it. The spirit world doesn't have time, but I truly believe that we're within a year to 3 years of a lot of collapse here very soon. Financial collapse probably within a year. A major financial collapse, which is going to trigger a lot of other things. I'm supposed to go to France here next week, and I don't even want to go because I don't want to get trapped over there. There's a lot of shit going on right now, and the thing is, the press doesn't even talk about half of it. It's insanity.
That's because they're not supposed to talk about it. They're supposed to talk about the things that are supposed to trigger us, so that we're in constant chaos all the time.
Well, I won't be. I totally get that. I see everything that's happening. It's pretty bad. Yeah, it's
everyone sees it.
One thing I'm starting to come to reality to is that it's almost like some of these players, whether it be Joe Biden or whoever, they don't even know what they're doing. It's almost like they don't even know. It's almost like an evil versus good. They don't even know what they're doing. They think they're doing right. And we're in this new realm, where there's a
quantum loop.
Huh?
A quantum loop?
Yeah, it could be. I mean, it's bizarre, and I've voiced it. I've had some personal things happen. I'm not going to go into them now, but of course, there's some people that should be interested in it, but they don't want to hear about it. I talked to Forrest about it a little bit, but I've had some crazy shit happen in the last 3 years, and it's maybe some other people have it going on. I don't know. It's just pretty bizarre.
Yeah, that's just the chase. And I mean, I put myself out there when I go live on my channel. I make myself a beacon for all types of people in this fucking planet.
It doesn't seem like there's that many people in the chase, though. I mean, I get online, I watch the chat and stuff.
A lot of people dropped off. A lot of people were like, "Oh, we played a game, we lost. It's fun. We never."
Well, I understand that. I'm just saying right now, okay? It's like it's JK Pioneer, it's Lucky Digger. It's always the same people, and they're almost. It's just, I mean, if I was to put a number on it, maybe 25 people are in the chase right now. I mean. It's just,
there's not that many anymore, because only the ones that stuck around for the true story and the knowledge, those are the ones that stuck around. People who were just there for the box of gold, they're like, the gold's gone, so I don't need to be here. And
yeah, I don't care about the gold. But okay, so we'll conclude here. But take the chest and go in peace. Okay, so the last couple stanzas, what's that all about? What's your thoughts on that?
Again, it was about duality and death. When Forrest says, if you only do one thing in the thrill of the chase, read My War for Me. My War for Me is the story of the poem. The very first original version Forrest wrote of My War for Me actually had a quote up at the top that Forrest said, and it said something about the weakness of my words. He talks about being tired through the weakness of his words. So when he says, I've done it tired, now I'm weak, it's actually talking about that. And it's talking about the experience he had to endure when he was fighting a war built on lies, built on greed of this society. And he's telling you that it's not about how society perceives you. It's about how you perceive yourself without society. And as long as you could look yourself in the mirror and be content with who you are, and you did not waste your turn, that is the story he's trying to teach you. He's trying to teach you about death. And when you read the poem allegorically, you can see that it is in fact about death. Begin it where warm waters halt is death, the spirit. That's why he quotes and says that the spirit or like physical being or something halts when you die or something. It's that. So
wait.
Death.
But that part of it is kind of about finding the chest. I'm talking about the last part of the poem.
No, I'm not talking about finding the chest. I'm talking about his journey to death and his journey on who he became throughout his life and how he didn't waste his turn. And in order to
I hear that, yeah,
walk the path, you have to figure it out yourself. So why is it that I must go and leave my trove for all to seek? The answers I already know. I've done it tired and now I'm weak.
Right,
It's talking about what he left behind, how he shaped humanity, what he did in order to not waste his turn.
The last stanza, which is important because he says, hear me all and listen good. A personality like Forrest, when he says, hear me all and listen good, that means, okay, everything I just told you in this poem is relevant, but not as relevant as this is going to be. So I need you guys to listen. Okay? Listen good. Your effort will be worth the cold. If you're brave in the wood, I give you title to the gold. I don't think the gold means the chest, but it might not even mean monetary. I don't know. But what does all that have? What's your opinion on that?
It's still about duality and it's all allegorical. Canyon Down is the valley of the shadow of death. It's all allegorical. I actually talked about this with Street a couple of days ago, but when he talks about to the cliff I'm dirt, and to the dirt I'm the cliff, it's all going back to the same concept. And so again, I spent 7 years digging deep into this. I've got verified documentation, historical documents. This isn't just like, oh, it's a possibility. No, it's fact. It's all about the Fisher King. Forrest was the Fisher King. That's why he went by the name the Kingfisher.
I've heard about this. Yeah, I've heard you talk about this.
Yeah. So he's trying to teach you.
Okay. Wait, hold on a second, though. He puts on this treasure hunt. He gets on national TV. He talks about the treasure chest being in the mountains. He pretty much tells us the rules. Read the book. All you need is a poem to find it, but read the book. Get some clues for the hints in the book to get the clues. Marry them to a map. Don't you think that's a little deceiving if there's more to it than finding the chest? I mean,
no, you need to learn how to differentiate the two. There was 2 games. One was
wait. That's your opinion.
No, I know that for a fact. It's not an opinion.
Okay, who told you? Did Forrest tell you that?
I literally spent 7 years of my life unlocking this shit and found all of it.
Well, it doesn't mean it's a fact.
It is a fact.
Okay, if it's a fact, then give me the solution.
Oh my God. That's what I keep trying to tell you. The poem is not the solution. There is a chest of gold that he put out into the world to get people's attention, but only those who understood that there was something hidden between it knew that it wasn't about the gold at all.
Well, this is the ironic thing right now, Candy, because I've been saying this for 3 years, maybe 3.5. Nobody wanted to hear it. Nobody has been talking about this until just recently, like in the last maybe 2 months, including you. I listen to you people on YouTube, okay? Just lately, you've been talking about maybe there's something else. Maybe what is the title to the gold? I've been bringing this out for years. No one wanted to hear it. Okay, so I'm a little frustrated about this because now it's like, okay, good. At least you can see this. I don't know what it is, but I knew this years ago. So, I don't know what it is though. But it's something I need to know because it's driving me crazy. You know what I mean? It's like because honestly, when I came into this treasure hunt, I came in because I really thought it was a treasure hunt, and I thought that everything was exactly the way he said it, and maybe I felt maybe I made it into something else it wasn't. But now that everybody else is saying this, maybe it is this other thing, which I thought it was. As far as I'm concerned, if you read the poem, it pretty much spells out what he's doing. I mean, but there's people that it just drives me crazy. Like, who's this Dave guy? He gets on there and he says, "I know where it is." It's like, if you know where it is, what? I'm probably the
People
only
are just
one.
passionate and delusional.
I think I'm probably the only one that hasn't said I know where the chest was, because I don't. I don't know where. I have no idea where it was.
I never said I knew where the chest was.
I said I was probably one of the only ones. Maybe you were another one. Did you ever go out and look for it? I don't know if you did or not.
Yeah, I went out looking for it because at first I wasn't looking into the treasure chest motif. I was like, oh, there's 9 clues. This is interesting. I was in it for the gold so I could buy a Ferrari so my boyfriend would stop hating me. Like, that's where.
Well, at first I kind of was too. But I'll tell you right now, there's people in this chase that never went boots on the ground, and they still think they know where the spot is. But
I went boots on the ground twice.
But the way they say things,
boots on the ground, I discovered Soldier Stone.
But they actually get upset about the fact that they know where it is and it's not fair, and they're suing people. It's craziness.
It's psychological.
Well, I see. I'm in this little. I don't know what my problem is. That I can't understand that kind of stuff. I just can't. Like, if Barbara is really
prime example, I'm going to use Barbara as the example, not not to be salty towards her or anything.
No,
this is a prime example. Barbara is so convinced that she is, quote unquote, the chosen one, that she's willing to, drag the family and Forrest to, court, lawsuits, all this other stuff. Oh, I want a snack. All this other stuff, right? But one time on Greg's channel, Bear was talking to her about it because she was kind of being rude, and she was like, "I know more than you. You guys are idiots." And he's like, "Why don't you just go to the spot and fucking take the chest?" Because she was saying it was still there. And she said, "Well, I don't want to spend all my gas money and be wrong."
Okay, see, this is what I'm talking about. Are these people that screwed up?
No, it's just psychological. People convince themselves of anything. If you're that passionate about something, you can convince yourself of anything, right? And
I'm very. Candy, I'm so passionate about finding out the truth about this. You don't even have a clue. Okay.
Well, then why are you following people? You need to be following something else.
No, I'm not. Well, I'm telling you, the people thing has a lot to do with this. That's what it led me to. Like your little rabbit holes that lead you to the, all this other stuff you go to. It led me to the people. I'm telling you, that's where it's at. And that's what people aren't looking at. I mean, I'm being very non-judgmental as much as I can, but there's so much stuff that doesn't make any sense. No sense. And knowing, I know I'm not crazy, so I know that what I'm seeing is real. I mean, it just doesn't make sense. And there's some things that, were very disturbing through this whole journey. I mean, what happened to Heather and stuff. I mean, the fact that Heather died on the day the treasure was found. I mean, come on. Forrest dies the day after we go to the finale. I mean, this timing, all this stuff. And there's a lot more to all this.
You know that was premeditated.
Huh?
That was premeditated. He planned it out.
Thank you.
That's why there was.
Well, I didn't want to say that because I didn't want you to jump my ass and say that's disrespectful. But
no, I've always said that.
I'm gonna tell you right. He committed.
When the original concept was for him to kill himself and then to go find his treasure.
He absolutely killed himself. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah, I know, and I agree with that. And I'm not saying that in a
Okay, so
disrespectful manner whatsoever.
right, I'm not saying it in just he can do what he wants,
Like,
but I'm just saying
I
that that's
literally I did the 90th birthday party bash for him right before the finale, right? And
right.
he watched it. Shiloh was there, watched it. He loved it. He was emailing me the entire time it was happening. And everyone knows the chapter, the very introduction. I think it's not even important literature, it's just the introduction about Eric Sloane. He talks about how Eric Sloane wrote a book titled 80, had his 80th birthday, and then died exactly 2 weeks to the day.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what happened to Forrest. He died exactly 2 weeks to the day of his 90th birthday. And right in the beginning of the book, he goes on and says, hey, I wish I was smart enough to do something like that.
Well, yeah, I get all that. I mean, I didn't expect that to happen, but as soon as it did, I knew he did. I mean, it was pretty obvious to me what happened.
Well, you also have the day that the chest was actually found, which was June 5th, not June 6th.
I got it. Right. I know.
It's the only double stamp in the book. It's about
Right.
Skippy. It's the chapter Goldenmore, and then it's the chapter with Skippy. It's June 5th.
Okay, so can't you agree with me though? No matter what we're doing as searchers, he still has something planned. I know he does. There's something he's doing because he's not a stupid man. If he planned all this out for 10 years and did all this stuff, there's somebody that's, you know, whether it be Shiloh or his attorney, somebody's going to do something to give him his legacy, basically. There's something he's doing. He has to be.
Well, look at all the dates.
I mean, if it was me, I'd be
forward. If you look at the dates when anything comes forward, like Jack Stoof and his identity came forward, the next day they announced the treasure was found. Like all these dates are all pertaining to war. You had D-Day, you had Pearl Harbor Day, you had what was the other one? He died on Labor Day, which was another really important one. But it's always war days. Every single time it's war days. You know, there's a message. And Forrest himself said, go read chapter My War for Me. Okay, there you go. Talks about the unknown soldier and stuff like that. He talks about how he regretted not losing his life standing up for something, and all those other men had to. It's always about war, and it's about why can't we leave each other alone? And what two things do you know for a fact is based on war? Politics and religion.
Well, that was one thing I had a conversation with Forrest with. He did by email or something. But I asked him, I said, you know, Forrest, I said, you know, you say something about, you know, leaving each other alone and stuff. Why would you go out and put a chest in the mountains in the last basically 10 years of your life, you know, your quality years before you die, and have all this harassment and stuff? I mean, you knew it was going to be, you know, turbulent. And
because again, he was guarding the knowledge, and he needed to pass down the knowledge, but only to those who knew how to seek it. I'm going to say that. Call me crazy all you want.
What knowledge?
The knowledge. Divine consciousness.
Well, yeah, some of us that maybe already had that. I don't know. I mean, I think he's got something else up his sleeve too. I mean, he's got it. I just hope that I'm not saying it has anything to do with anything, but I mean, he must have something. I just see his personality. I mean, I just believe that he has something. He just hadn't pulled the trigger on it.
It's San Lazaro. That's why I talk about it all the time. That's why Troy started talking about it. It's San Lazaro.
Yeah.
San Lazaro is the key. If you want to know more, it's about, you know, what Skippy discovered, or what Skippy may have discovered with him.
Or maybe he's just leaving his legacy in the IT. You know, there's so much stuff in the computer now. You'll always be there.
But he did this whole thing and was like, hey, I want you to drive yourself crazy for 10 years, look for a box of gold so that you could have titles to my fishing hooks and some of my stories. Like, that's not it. That's not it.
That's what I'm saying. I'm going there because that's not it. He's the kind of guy. It's gotta be big. It's gonna be something that you would It's gonna be something you'll never expect.
It's
You
in the
know,
Seven
it's
Cities of Gold, which is again not.
well, you're saying the seven cities of gold. Would he find them or something? I don't think so.
Did you
So
not read Douglas Preston's book, Cities of Gold? Did you not look into the people
No.
Forrest was associated with? Did you not see the books that he owned and had like possession of?
No, I did exactly what he told me to do. I read his book and I read his poem. That's all he told us to do.
Ollie.
Right?
No, he didn't actually. Ollie.
When did he tell us to do any more than that? Show me one time he told us to do more than that.
That was just if you were trying to look for the box of gold, and I was not looking for a box of gold.
Well, at first I was, but only for like a half a year. From 2019 on, I was looking for what I'm looking for now, and that's what's going on, because I knew at that point, even before the chest was found, I knew it was not about that chest. And I knew something like this would happen with Jack or something. It'd be all screwed up, you know? That was ridiculous what happened. And we all know that was ridiculous. Whoever, you know, did all that should be fired. It's just like, it was like a clusterfuck, you know? But I can't even understand what happened there, honestly. But I mean, you know, if the chest was worth $50 million, let's say $100 million, it would have made more sense. But, you know, it just doesn't make any sense. You know,
well, at least Lucky knows what I'm about. I said, at least Lucky knows what I'm talking about. But I have to wrap this up in like 5 minutes.
Yeah, I know you do. Okay, I was going to say, let me just ask you one more thing.
Okay.
I'm going to bring this up because it came up earlier. Matt DeMoss.
His background is etymology. He understands the language of words.
He's a theologian.
Yeah.
Right. You understand my connection with him, right?
Yeah, you've told me.
Okay, so see, there's again, I'm not just keying on this. There's a lot of stuff like this, but don't you find that kind of weird? And,
No.
and the other thing is odd. I sent him an email that was just a nice email. He doesn't even return it. I just don't get it. You know, I'm just not used to that kind of thing. Anyway,
I don't
I'm
really.
not
for him.
Look, I'm not going to harass anybody. It's just not worth it to me. But, you know, you send somebody a nice email saying that we have something in common. You'd think they'd at least send something back. Either send me an email back that says, hey, yeah, I knew him and stuff, or say, fuck off, you know, something, but just nothing. You know, it just doesn't make sense. When you get sometimes your answers when you don't get one.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know.
Well, and there's more to that story. But anyways, okay. Hey, have a good night.
You too.
Later.
Night, Trusted. If you're still there. Trusted, are you still there?
Yes.
Jeez, I give you mad props for sticking that out. Have a good night, Trusted.
No, that's all right. It's your show, and you want to have a conversation, and it's cool. You know, I was very cordial when Paul was on Street Show. Matter of fact, I didn't understand why Street kicked him off that show. I kind of understood when he kicks him off when Street asks him a specific question. Then he says, I'm going to answer it, and talks in a circle and in a circle for 10, 15, 20, 30 minutes. I understand that. But, you know, when there's a good dialogue going on, it's a good dialogue. I mean, it's up to the host or hostess.
Well, this hostess is a dumbass, and she should have just made her noodles and watched Gossip Girl. I still feel like crap.
I still gotta watch Hannibal.
Go watch Hannibal. I'm gonna go watch Gossip Girl. I'm gonna be a basic bitch.
All right, yeah. I suppose Street will have a show
tomorrow.
8 in the evening.
Okay. Hopefully I'll feel better enough to go to work tomorrow. If not, I'll just be like wasting away sleeping again. So
All right.
Have a good night, Trusted.
All right. Good night.
Good night, chat
people in
room.
chat.